Hi everyone, welcome to Vedantu JEE English. I'm Diksha Kaushal, your chemistry master teacher. And everybody, let me know in the comment section and chat box if I am clearly visible and audible to all of you or not. Students, everybody in the chat box, if I am clearly visible and audible to you, so that we can start with the solutions of JEE Advanced Paper 1 and 2. I'm going to start with the chemistry section, after that mathematics, and after that physics, right? So in this sequence, we are going to throughout see the solution of paper 1 first, and after that, we are going to see the solutions of paper 2. Right, everybody? Yes. So firstly, let me know in the chat box, how was your exam, right? Those who gave the exam. And now, if you talk about the proper analysis of paper 1 and paper 2, I'll tell you about chemistry. So paper 1 was very easy, right? So I would say some questions were of JEE mains level, right? So one or two questions were lengthy, right? In paper 2, more questions were lengthy, but it was not like it was a very difficult paper. For chemistry, I'm talking about. It was easy, doable, but yes, some questions were on the lengthier side in paper 2, right? Otherwise, the paper was definitely doable to you, right? So let us start the session, guys, without wasting any time. And before that, 2027 batch, that's great that you are here, because this will help you to understand what kind of question they ask in JEE Advanced, right? So that you can prepare yourself well for that. So everybody, let us start. Very good afternoon, and I want you guys to answer this as well, right? Because I believe that you can also answer this very easily, right? Okay, so paper 1, here we have question 1 on your screen. This is section 1, okay? So section 1, question 1 on your screen, we have the heating of NH4 NO2 at 60 to 70 degrees and NH4 NO3 at 200 to 250 degrees Celsius, right? So these are predictable questions, right? So directly reaction, if you know, easily you can answer this, right? So if you talk about NH4 NO2, right, it is going to give you what? It is going to give you, this is +1, this is -1 throughout. So nitrogen will be in here, nitrogen will be in +3 oxidation state, right? So it is going to give you N2 gas and water in the end, right? That means N2 gas is there in the first reaction. So either this or this can be the answer. These two are eliminated. After that, if you talk about NH4 NO3, NH4 NO3. So in NH4 NO3, firstly, it will give you N2O, right? So you can see your answer here, that is N2O. So A will be the correct answer here, right? After further heating at very high temperature, you can get N2 also. But at this temperature that they have given is 200 to 250 degrees Celsius, you will have N2O here. So answer will be A is the correct answer. So very easy question that was, right? According to advanced level, that was an easy question, right? So this is also, at least in the first question, there were reactions that were involved. So reactions, some of you might know, some of you might not know, right? But second question, this is directly JEE means level question, right? So very easy. I believe that you easily can give the answer for this one. So here it is the correct order of wavelength maxima of the absorption band and in the ultraviolet visible region for the given complexes is what, right? So guys, they are asking you about the wavelength, right? And we know from the spectrochemical series, right? We know the value of energy, and we know that energy is equals to hc by lambda. That means energy is inversely proportional to lambda. So firstly, you write according to the spectrochemical series, the value of energy is here. Okay. Firstly, you write the value of energy is here. What are the ligands that is given to you? Ligand is Cn, NH3, Cl, and water. Any other ligand you can see anywhere? No. Right? Only these four ligands we can see. So maximum spectrochemical series, maximum energy is Cn. Then you have NH3, right? Then you have, out of this, you have water. Then you have halogens, that is Cl. So that is the order from the spectrochemical series. Directly from your NCERT, you have the order of energy here, right? Now, you know the energy order. Lambda is inversely proportional, wavelength is inversely proportional. So order of wavelength is going to be the opposite, that is Cn, then this is NH3, then this is water, then you have Cl. If you talk about this thing here, Cn will have the maximum. So this and this, right? These two are eliminated. Then in this you have NH3 5, here you have NH3 6. That means here you have more number of strong field ligands. So that means this is also eliminated. After this you have one H2O definitely. Then you have one Cl. Why? Because water is having more strength as compared to Cl. That is why water, and after that you will have Cl here. Right? So answer will be A is the correct answer here as well. Right? How many of you got it right? How many of you got it right? Everybody. Was it simple or was it difficult? Was it simple, right? I think you must have got confidence, right? Yes, that ma'am, we got our marks, right? From these two questions, right? Confidence booster, isn't it? Yes. This question is also confidence booster, right? Now I want you guys to answer this, right? Everybody answer this very, very simple question, very simple question. One of the products formed from the reaction of permanganate ion with iodide ion in neutral aqueous medium, right? So we know that when we have I negative ion, we have two cases here with KMnO4. If you have acidic medium, the answer is different. If you have basic or alkaline or neutral medium, the answer is different. Now, any students, can you tell me what will be the answer here and here? Anybody in the chat box, what will be the answer here and here? Yes, I can. Everybody answer it in the chat box. What will be the answer here? Is it difficult? Not at all. This is not at all difficult, right? This is not at all difficult. So answer will be very simple. In acidic medium, it will be converted to I2. In basic, it will be converted to IO3 negative, that is the iodate ion. So they are talking about neutral aqueous medium. That means B is going to be the correct answer here, right? So B is going to be the correct answer here. Just mark it B as the correct answer, right? Next we see fourth question, right? So now this question is also doable, right? But definitely you have to, it's not a very direct like question that will be solved within seconds, right? So maybe it will take 1 minute to solve this, but that is doable only, right? So first here what they are saying is, consider the depicted hydrogen in the hydrocarbons that is depicted, this hydrogen, this hydrogen, this hydrogen, this hydrogen, the most acidic hydrogen. Now we know that whenever we are talking about acidic hydrogen, that means after losing that hydrogen, it will be in the stable anionic state, right? So for example, you have Ha. So after losing H, if this ion is stable, then we can say this is the acidic hydrogen. So for that, we need to draw the diagram that is formed after we lose the hydrogen here. So one by one, we will form the diagram here. For 1, what is the diagram that you will have? This is 1, 2, 1, 2, 3. This is 2 double bonds. This is 1, 2. This is negative. Because here H positive we will lose. This is double bond. Right? Okay. We know that whenever we see the stability of ions, we see Barhi. What is Barhi? Back bonding, aromaticity, resonance, hyperconjugation, inductive effect. Right? So let us see is there any back bonding available here? There is no back bonding. Is there any aromaticity here? Right now, I can't see any aromatic character here. But for that, I also have to make the resonating structure to understand whether there is any aromaticity or not. So if you see, this is double bond. This is negative charge. We drop it here. This double bond will jump here. You will have the answer as, this is 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, this is negative, this is double bond, this is 1, 2, right? And this is the double bond, right? Now you can see this is definitely not aromatic. If you draw it like this, this double bond is shifted here, This double bond is shifted here. Now I can see one thing here. This is negative, but it's not possible because this is also double bond, not possible, right? So there is no aromaticity I can see here, right? There is no aromaticity that I can see here, right? So let us talk about the second structure here. Let us talk about the, wait a minute, students, it got stuck. Let us talk about the second structure here, right? Sujit, kindly don't spam. Kindly don't spam. Students will definitely start it, and we have already started, right? Please don't spam in the chat box. Why it's not working? Let me just see. Okay. Yes. Now, let us see here what we have. Wait a minute. Okay. So now, after losing H positive, it will have something like this. Okay. 1, 2, 1, 2. This is 3. Double bond. This is 1, 2. If you lose H positive from here, there will be negative on this side. Here, I can't see any back bonding. I can't see any aromaticity here as well, right? But we can definitely see that there will be resonance. And when you apply the resonance, what can happen here? Here we can see that this double bond will shift here. This negative charge, this double bond will shift here. And we can definitely see a structure that will show resonance, that will show aromaticity, right? How? This is the double bond. This will be the negative, and here you will have a double bond. So can I see that this particular structure, this part here is aromatic, right? 6 pi electrons, right? PCC is followed, so it is aromatic. So here we were not able to see any aromaticity. Here we can see the aromaticity. So directly answer will be D is the correct answer here, because we got the aromaticity, and aromaticity is maximum for everything. Here only resonance, here we had aromaticity, right? So definitely B is going to be the stable structure here. Even here, if you lose, this will be negative, right? So here after you have negative here, there is no possibility of aromaticity, right? If you see this here, this will be negative. And here also there is no possibility of resonance because there is no double bond inside, right? So that means resonance aromaticity possibility is only there in the B structure. So answer will be B is the correct answer here. Okay, understood? Next question, students. Next is the fifth question on your screen. Let us try to answer that, right? Let us try to answer that. Regarding the molecular orbital theory, energy levels for homonuclear diatomic molecules, incorrect statements they are asking you. Incorrect statements. Okay, so let us see one by one. First is bond order of Ne2. Ne2 is 0. Now, Ne2 is noble gases. We know that noble gases will not form a diatomic molecule, right? It is not stable. That means this compound is unstable. And we know that whenever a compound unstable, we not say it unstable, it will not exist, right? Because unstable can have a bond order of 0.5 half, but when you have a 0 bond order, that means that compound will not exist only. So Ne2 does not exist. So that means this is the correct statement here, right? Second is the highest occupied molecular orbital of F2 is alpha is sigma type, right? Sigma type. Now students, let us see. Let us see. For that we need to draw the energy level diagram. Now if you talk about F2, it has how many electrons? 9 to 18 electrons, right? 18 minus 8, how many electrons you have? 10 electrons, right? That means 10 electrons. 8 electrons will be in the KK shell, right? So 10 electrons you have. So we know that whenever total electrons are greater than 14, so we have 1 to 2, 1 here. So 1 to 2, 1 means this will be 1, 2, 2, 1, right? For this we know that what is this 1 to 2, 1? This is sigma 2pz, pi 2py, pi 2px. This is pi star 2px. This is pi star 2py, and this is sigma star 2pz. Now you need to fill 10 electrons here. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. The last electron is in the pi type, not sigma type, right? Pi orbital it is in, right? Not the sigma orbital. That means this statement is incorrect here, right? That statement is incorrect. Next is bond energy of O2 positive is smaller than bond energy of O2. Let us talk about this thing. For that, directly you should know one thing, that is bond energy. Bond order is directly proportional to bond energy and it is inversely proportional to bond. Okay, this relationship you should know. Now if you see this here, we know that for, if you directly see the trick here, we know that for 14 it is 3. As we go down, this is 15, 16, 17, 18. And here we know that O2 positive is having 8. 8 into 2, 16 minus 1, 15. Right? This is having 16. So for 16, it is 2.5, it is 2, it is 1.5, it is 1. For 16, the bond order is 2. Right? For 15, the bond order is 2.5. Right? So when bond order is increasing, the bond energy will also increase. But here they are saying bond energy of O2 positive is smaller, which is definitely not the correct statement, because bond order of O2 positive is more. That is why bond energy of O2 positive will also be more. So that is also the incorrect statement here, right? Let us talk about the last statement. Bond length of Li2 is larger than bond length of B2. See, if you calculated the bond order here, bond order will be same here, right? Okay. So that is why what you just simply need to see that this is B2, this is Li2, right? Here what you need to see that this is lithium, this is beryllium, this is boron. We know that over here the size is decreasing. Along the period the size is decreasing. So definitely the bond length of the one which have more size, the bond length of that atom will be more. So bond length of this atom is Li2 is going to be greater than the bond length of B2. This is the correct statement. So the incorrect statements are B and C, which will become the correct answer here. Okay, so answer will be B and C will be the correct answer here. Okay, B and C will be the correct answers and incorrect statements. Right? Next we have is the pair of diamagnetic ions are from the following. So this is directly from the electronic configuration from DNF block, directly from your NCERT. What you will see for these two, you have F0. For these two, you have F14. So that means both are diamagnetic. So that means A and B is going to be the correct answer here. Okay, A and B is going to be the correct answer here. Is that clear? Okay, students, is that clear? Right? Definitely there is negative marking, beta. This is JEE Advanced. In JEE means you have negative marking. Definitely it is there. Right? For the reaction sequence given below the correct statements. Now, this is the reaction sequence that you can see over here. Right? Now, very simple question from organic chemistry. If you see this, we know that what will happen here. This P is going to be, you will have Br over here, right, or here. After Finkelstein reaction means you replace Br with, you add NaI and acetone. This Br is replaced by the iodine, right? So this is the thing. Schwartz reaction means you replace the chlorine or bromine with fluorine in presence of some inorganic fluoride. So here it will be this kind of reaction. Okay, so this is P, this is Q, this is R. Now let us see the statements here. Which statement is what they are asking you? In the options, X is any other atom. Where is X? Where is X? X is any other atom other than carbon and hydrogen. It is different in P, Q and this. Okay. So basically what they are saying is CX is any other atom different from carbon and hydrogen. It is different in this. Okay. So basically X, we are talking about bromine, iodine and fluorine. X is either bromine, iodine or fluorine. This they are talking about. So let us see CX bond length. CX bond length means this is C, this is C, this is C, right? So here CX means CBr, CF and Cl. Okay. So CX bond length in PQR follows which of the following order? Let us see that. If you see, students, we know that firstly we can see that this is chlorine, bromine, iodine. Okay, down the group bond length, size increases. So definitely bond length will be more. So I will have maximum bond length, then you will have Br, then you will have F. Right? I belongs to Q, then Br is P, then F is R. Okay, so QPR is going to be QRP. Here it is given QRP. Our answer is coming out to be QPR. So that means this is the incorrect statement here. That means A is going to be the incorrect statement here. Right? Next question is CX bond energy. Now we are talking about the bond energies. In PQR follows the order. Now, students, I told you that bond length is inversely proportional to bond energy. If bond length is it's a very big bond, right? The length is very large. It is really easy to break that bond. So we know that it will follow the opposite order. That is RPQ. RPQ. That is the correct statement, right? Next we have, and they are asking you about the correct statements here, right? Okay. So B will be the correct answer here. Okay. Let us see the next one because it is multiple answer question. Okay. Relative reactivity towards SN2 reaction in PQR follows the order. Now students, what is SN2 reaction? SN2 reaction means we are forming it is one step transition state is formed. In SN2 reaction, more is the capability of the leaving group. Leaving group is this. If this group is it can easily leave, then faster will be the reaction. Okay? Then faster is going to be the reaction here. Now students, let me know in the chat box which will have maximum capability. Right? What is the leaving group capability? See, very simple. This is also related to the bond length only, bond enthalpy only. We know that down the group size is increasing, right? So that means bond length is more. So it can easily leave, right? Because bond enthalpy is very less. So firstly, you will have this the same order of leaving group tendency, right? So I, then you will have Br, then you will have F. That is QPR. Q is maximum. Then you have P. The order is given to be something else only. So that will not be, this will not be the correct statement, right? Okay, that should be the correct statement. That is QPR. That should be the correct statement. Last is pKa value of conjugate acid of the leaving. See, firstly you have to tell me the acidic value, acid values. So we know that again the same thing, down the group what we have, bond length is increasing. It will be easy to donate H positive, right? Okay. So I negative is a good acid, then Br, then F, again QPR. So order of, it will be QPR. The order of pKa value will be opposite, that is QPR. R should have maximum, then you should have P, then you should have R, then you should have P, then you should have Q. So that is also not the correct answer. Is that clear? Is that clear? Yes. So that means only B is coming out to be the correct answer, is it? Yes. Follows pK value. This is the same order. Yes. So B will only be the correct answer. Yes. So B is the correct answer here. Right? Though it is a multiple answer question, but still only B is coming out to be the correct statement here. Right? Let us see the next question here. Next is section 3. Right? Next is students section 3. Right? Okay? Okay, students, let us see that. Let us see that. In a electrochemical cell, right? There be any? Okay. In an electrochemical cell, the dichromate ion in aqueous acidic medium. So now they are talking about that there is dichromate ion. We know that K2Cr2O72 negative, right? In aqueous acidic medium, what happens? This is converted to Cr3 positive. If you see, this will be 2Cr3 positive, right? if you balance it, are reduced to Cr3 positive, the current that flows through the cell, they are asking you to calculate the current. We know that Q is equals to I into T, right? Current is equals to Q by T. So if you know they have given you the time here. They have given you the time here. If you are able to calculate the charge, you can easily calculate the value of current here, right? So for charge, what we have, we know that here what is the oxidation number here. This is X is equals to plus 6, right? For 2 atoms, it will be plus 12, right? For 1, it is 3. For 2, it will be plus 6. That means total number of electrons that is exchanged here is 6 electrons, right? Now we can say that means for 1 mole of K2, because they have given us 1 mole only here, right? 1 mole of K2Cr2O7, you need 6 Faraday current, right? 6 Faraday charge, right? So if you talk about 1 mole of K2, but wait a minute, they are asking you about 1 mole of Cr3 positive, right? So we can write it in the form of Cr3 positive then, because what they have asked you, according to that only we will tell. In case of Cr3 positive, we know that 6 electron, that means 6 Faraday is 6 Faraday is the charge for 2 mole of Cr3 positive, right? For 2 mole of Cr positive, you have 6 Faraday charge. That means for 1 mole of Cr3 positive, you will have 3 Faraday charge. So 3 Faraday means 3 into 96500. That is the value of Q. We know that I is equals to Q by T. Q is 3 into 96500. Time is given to be 48.25, right? And you just need to fill this here, just convert it into seconds here so that you get the answer. It will be 100 amperes. Okay, after solving this, you will get it as 100 amperes. Okay, understood everybody? But one thing you should know that this is given in minutes, converted into seconds, right? And charge is already in coulomb. So coulomb per second is ampere. Okay, so you are calculating the charge in amperes, so it should be in seconds, right? Okay, now let us see the next one here. Next question, students. Next we have at 25 degrees Celsius, the concentration of H positive ion is given to be this aqueous solution of a weak monobasic. Now this is a very, very interesting question, right? This I would say, maybe, some of you might have done mistakes here. Next 2-3 questions are interesting, okay? So at 25 degrees Celsius, the concentration of H positive ion is given to be this. This is the concentration of H positive ion, right? Ma'am, that is so very high concentration, right? As compared to 10 raised to power minus 7, that means in calculating the value of H positive, you will add it, right? Will you add it? No. Reason being, because they have given you that it is a weak monobasic acid. Weak monobasic acid means even though it has a very, very strong, very high concentration, even then the dissociation will be very less. So the dissociation means H positive given by acid will be less. If H positive given by acid is less, we ignore 10 raised per, we can't ignore 10 raised per minus, wait a minute, we can't ignore 10 raised per minus 7. So we have to add 10 raised per minus 7. Otherwise, we would have ignored it, right? Because the concentration was very high. But now we can't ignore because it is giving very less, it is weak monobasic, right? So first point is this thing. Then they are asking you, weak monobasic acid having dissociation constant, this dissociation constant is given to you. The value X is. See this, how to solve, okay? First, we know that this HA is going to get dissociated into H positive and A negative, right? We also know that water is also going to give you Water is also going to give you H positive. You can just directly write H positive and OH negative, right? Now, if I just assume it that H positive, we know that H positive, I'm assuming that H positive from acid is X, H positive from water is Y. Okay, this is what I am assuming, right? So from acid, how much here concentration is C? They have given you concentration C, that is 10 raised per minus 10. I'll take it as C. This is the C. This is C. This is C. This is 0, 0 initially. Here, X amount will be taken out because H positive given by acid is X. X amount is given. Same amount of A negative is generated because it is a monobasic acid. One acid molecule is giving you one H positive, right? From water, we are getting one. So it will be, let's say, from water, it is Y amount of H positive, Y amount of OH negative, right? Okay, this is what we are getting here, right? Now, we know that this is a simultaneous equilibrium, right? And simultaneous equilibrium, I have told you that this is very important, right? So, X plus Y, because here also it is Y, it will be Y plus X. So, I can write it like this. I can write it like this. This will be X plus Y. This will be X plus Y. Now, they are asking you to calculate the agenda is to calculate the value of X plus Y here. Right, this is what we need to calculate, that is X plus Y value, because they are saying that the having dissociation constant this, the concentration this is this. This is the concentration. Wait a minute. The concentration of H positive ions in this much aqueous solution is this, right? This is the concentration of H positive ion. Wait a minute. The concentration of H positive ion in this molar aqueous solution of weak monomeric acid. This is the molarity that is given for acid, and this they are telling you the concentration of H positive is this. Now what you have to do, we know that the Ka value here, right? The Ka value here, this is a very, very important question, students. So I'll just write it down like this. The Ka value here is going to be product by reactant. So product is X plus Y, right, into X divided by reactant is C minus X. Now C minus X, we know that in front of this whole concentration 10 raised to minus 3, the amount that H positive is dissociated because it's a weak acid, that will be very low, right? So that means we can ignore this C minus X, we can ignore the X here. So it will be X plus Y multiplied by X divided by X. Is it? No, divided by C, right? This will be Ka value, right? That will be your Ka value. Here Kw value is going to be product X plus Y multiplied by Y. Okay, so this is what we got is Kw, right, students? Okay, now I have to add X and Y here. That will be my concentration. For that, what we will do, okay, for that, let us do this thing. Okay, this is a derivation little bit, right? This is, wait a minute, I don't have space to write this. We can also write it like this. Okay, I'm just writing it here only. We can also write it like this. If you see this, we can also write it like this. This C, I can also take it here. I'll tell you why we are doing this. When you add C into Ka plus Kw, what you will get is X multiplied by X plus Y, right? Plus Y multiplied by X plus Y. You take X plus Y common, X plus Y will be left behind. That will give you nothing but that will be X plus Y square, right? This will be Cka plus Kw. Now X plus Y, that is H positive ions, is equals to under root of Cka plus Kw. Now in the question, they have given you everything related to this, right? They have given you everything. They have given you the value of C, that is given to you. That is under root of 10 raised to minus 3. This is Ka is given to you, that is 4 into 10 raised to minus 11 plus Kw is 10 raised to power minus 40, right? That is at 25 degrees Celsius, right? So directly just solve this and you will get your answer as 2.41 will be your answer after solving this, right? 2.41 will be answer after solving this, right, students? Clear? Okay. Now next question, we are just left with 6 more questions here, right? Let us see that the molar volume of van der Waal gas, okay, there is a van der Waal gas, we are talking about the real gases here, are calculating by expressing the van der Waal equation as a cubic equation. This is a very, very simple question if you know the equation, right? So I'll just write the equation in the cubic form, right? Okay, because to write it in the cubic form will take you time, right? We know that P plus, this we all know, V minus N, you can just directly V minus B, Vm, you can write it here, right? Okay. Because this they have given you the molar volume Bm, so that's why I'm putting it here like this. Molar volume, so that's why mole we have taken as 1. Now, after solving this, what you will get, I'll just directly write it here. After solving what you will get, I'll just directly write it here. After solving what you will get. This, either you can learn it or you can solve it in the exam, right? Plus A by PVM, A by PVM. This is the cubic, you know, you can see the cubic equation they are asking. So you can't take this equation. You have to solve it in the cubic form, okay? Then minus of AB by P is equals to RT. So this is the real gas equation. After solving this equation, this is the value that you will get. Taking LCM, everything, multiplying all these things, this is the value you will get. Now, if you see the question here, right? Now the question is very, very simple. Till here it is calculated, right? Till here it is calculating. After that, it is very simple, right? With the, now they are saying the ratio of the coefficient of Vm square, that means this thing, right? This to the coefficient of, for the gases, that is this coefficient of a gas having this thing. A is given to you, B is given to you, pressure is given to you, temperature is given to you, right? So what you have to take here is ratio will, you will take minus PB, minus you will take here because coefficient includes minus also, by P divided by A by P, right? PP will cancel and after putting all the values, you will get your answer here, right? Okay, you just need to put all the values that is given there in the question, right? Okay, this is not negative, this is equal, this is equals to, okay? So after putting all the values, you will get the answer as minus 7.10. Okay, that will be the answer in the end. Is that clear? Okay, students. Now let us move to the next question here, that is considering ideal gas equation, the expansion work done when 140, now this is also a very simple question if you see, right? So what they are saying here is considering ideal gas behavior, the expansion of work done when 144 grams of water we have, that is hydrolyzed to H2 plus O2, that will be, this equation will be there. Now number of moles we can calculate here of water, right? Number of moles will be 144 divided by 18, that will come out to be 18, I think that will come out to be how much? Yes, 8 mole. 8. So that will come out to be 8 mole, right? That will come out to be 8 mole. Now, this 8 mole is given to in the question. What they are asking, under constant pressure. Now, can you tell me, whenever the external pressure is constant, that means a very big mass you have applied here, very high pressure you have, that is very constant high pressure. That means we are talking about irreversible process. At variable pressure, we talk about reversible process, right? So that means directly the formula that we can apply is work done is equals to, the formula that we can directly apply is work done is equals to minus P external V final minus V initial, right? Now, if you see this here, nothing about volume is given to us. That means we have to convert. We know that PV is equals to nRT. That means V is equals to nRT by P. nRT by P, right? So we can put it here. We can put it here. That will be work done is equals to minus P external. This will be nRT, right? Divided by N is constant, R is constant. This is T. Temperature, is it given to you? Yes. If you see this here, the final pressure, this will be P2. This will be nRT1 by P1, right? Now, ma'am, nothing is given to us regarding T1, T2, P1, P2. Now, see, understand this thing here. If you read this question again, right, what they are saying, considering ideal gas behavior, the expansion means what is happening? The expansion, ideal gas, the expansion of work done when this much of is electrolyzed completely under constant pressure. So there is a constant pressure that is applied here, right? P external constant pressure that is applied. For expansion means it will be towards this side, right? So if I assume Pi to be 0, if I assume P initial to be 0, P final will be equals to, or you can say if I assume P1 to be 0, if I assume P1 to be 0, P1 is 0, P2 will be equal to P external, isn't it? So we are assuming here that under this, initially the pressure is 0. So after that, the amount pressure that is externally applied will be equals to P2. That means minus P external. This will be NR. This is T2 by P external. And this is minus 0. This will cancel and you will have minus NR T2. So temperature they have given to be 300. Number of moles. Now, if you see this here, number of moles, what they are asking you, consider what is equilibrium, and the constant pressure is at this. Number, now it is completely under constant pressure, it is electrolyzed here. We are saying that the water is 8 mole. If water is 8 mole of this will be formed, and half of this means 4 mole of this will be formed. That means the total number of moles is going to be 12 moles. So here you will put work done is equals to minus of 12, then 8.314, temperature is 300, and here they have asked you in kilojoule. So that means this will be divided by 1000, right? And then you will get your answer. And what is the answer you will get is 29.88 is the answer that you will get in the end. Right? Next question is the monomer X involved in the synthesis of nylon 6,6. Monomer that is involved in the synthesis of nylon 6,6. So we know that what is the monomer? One is adipic acid that is there, right? But they are asking you about the Dumas method. So adipic acid does not have any nitrogen here, right? So adipic acid, we know that it does not have any nitrogen. So this, nothing we will do with this adipic acid. But the second monomer we know that is your amine here, 2 NH2 molecules, right? Now they are saying the monomer X involved in the synthesis, X may be this, X may be this, gives positive carbylamine test. So positive carbylamine test, we need nitrogen there, that is given only by this compound, not by this compound. So that means this is X, this is X, right? If 10 moles of X are analyzed using Dumas method, so if this is 10 moles, if 10 moles you have this amount of nitrogen gas, we know that 1 mole will give you 1 mole of nitrogen gas because 2 nitrogens are there. So that means 1 mole will give you 1 nitrogen. 10 moles will give you 10 mole of nitrogen. 10 mole of nitrogen. That means mass of nitrogen will be equals to 10 into 28, that is 280. Very simple question. Okay. For that, what you need to know is polymers, right? So you have your answer is 280, right? Next question you have. Next is we have the sequence. The reaction given below is carried out in 16 moles of X. Now, students, same kind of question this is, but you need to look for this 100%, 50, 50, 50. How much percentage you have as the answer? Because in the end, they are asking you the amount of S produced in grams. That means this S they are asking you, right? This S they are asking you in the end, right? So one by one we will see. The reaction sequence given below is carried out in 16 moles. So this is 16 moles. Okay, this is 16 moles, right? After this, you add any dry ether and water. What is this you will get? See, a simple thing is you will get, there will be Woods reaction, fatigue reaction, right? So this Br will give you diphenyl or biphenyl, and corresponding to this in the presence of water, this will be converted to CHO. So this is CHO on this position because it cannot be on this position and this position because of the repulsion. One CHO will be here, one CHO will be present here because to avoid the repulsions, okay? To avoid the repulsions. Now, 100% of the compound is formed. They are saying molar mass is 210. This also they have given you. That means you can verify that whether you have formed the correct answer or not here, right? After that, this is P, right? After that, what you have is Q. When you're adding NaOH and you're heating it, and you're adding water into it. Okay, so NaOH you're adding, you are heating it, right? That means what you will have is CHO, right? That can be QH and heating it you are doing. So that can be directly converted, no? So, two possibilities we have about these things. One is aldol, one is canizar, right? Whenever you have NaOH. So if you see this here, this does not have alpha hydrogen, so only possibility is canizaro reaction. That means here also what you will do, because both are similar, one will be converted to COH, other will be converted to CH2OH. And they are saying 50% yield you will have. So that means we know the students, so here it is 16 moles, right? 16 moles of this you have, right? This X is 16 moles, right? Now, acha, they are saying the moles of X. If 16 moles of X you have here, and like every two molecules are combining to give one molecule, that means here you will be left with 8 moles, right? And after that also they are saying you have 50% is left with, that means here you have 4 moles of Q. 4 moles of Q. After this, what you are saying is NaOH and CO, that means decarboxylation. So decarboxylation means here what you will have is, this is COH, this will be simple CH2OH. CH2OH. Okay. So here they are again saying that you have R. R is formed. That is again 50%. Right. That is 2 mole of R we are left with. Right. This is 2 mole. Then you have T. T means again you are adding PBr3 in the presence of CH2. So I'll just draw it here. Right? We don't have space here. So I'll just draw it here. This will be replaced by Br, right? This will be replaced by CH2. Then you have PBr3. This will be replaced by Br here, right? This will be CH2Br, right? That is, what is this? R, and this is T. T is also, they are saying 50%, that means 1 mole of T you have, right? I can also write it here, to save the space. 1 mole of T we have, right? After that, again, they are saying what we are doing is NeHC2H5 twice. That means you have NeH, right? And that this is going to give you, this is positive, this is negative. So in the presence of ether, it is going to attack on this CH2 and you will have CH3 here. That is also 50%. That means half of this. So this will be CH3. Now, this S is also 50% of this, that means 0.5. So number of moles of S we have, that is 0.5. Molar mass of S you can calculate from here, right? You can see what is the formula here. Formula of S is going to be C and H only you have. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, right? This is 13. And how many H you have? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Is it? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Right? So calculate the molar mass. What we got here is the molar mass is coming out to be 168. Molar mass will be 168. Then mass of S is going to be half of 168, that is 84. Right? So answer will be 84 is the correct answer here. Okay, 84 is the correct answer here. Is that clear to everybody or not? Is that clear, students? Is that clear? Last 3 questions. Let us see last 3 questions. These are more towards the practical chemistry, right? Practical chemistry questions, right? Let us see that how to answer this, right? The correct match of the group reagents in list 1 for precipitating the metal ion in list 2. So this is list 1, this is list 2. You need to tell, okay. So simple thing, if you see this here, right? Passing H2S in the presence, directly these are fact-based questions, okay? So passing H2S in the presence of NH4OH, that is manganese. So answer will be P is 3. P is 3 is here and here. So these two are eliminated. Then Q is 4 and given in both the options. That is NH4 twice CO3 in the presence of NH4OH. That will give you the test for barium, right? Ba2 positive, right? That is correct. Now for R, if it is 2 or 1, it will give you the correct answer here. NH4OH in the presence of NH4Cl, it is for Cu or Al or Mg2 positive. That is for Al, that is for Cu2 positive, right? That is for Cu2 positive. So R will be 1 and here answer is going to be then C. Wait a minute. NH4OH in presence of this, it needs, okay, yes, my mistake. Yes, NH4OH in the presence of NH4Cl, it will give you Al, and passing H2S in the presence of dilute HCl, it is for Cu2 positive, right? So answer will be A is the correct answer here, right? Answer will be A is the correct answer. So this is based on the basic radicals, right? If you know the basic radicals, easily you can answer that, right? Okay, everybody. Now let us see this question. Everybody, let us see this question. Let us see this question. The major products, I will get to this side because I think the reactions are on this side. The major products obtained from the reactants, the major product they are asking you, reactants list 1 are list 1 obtained from the reactions of list 2. They are saying the products obtained from the list 2 for the named reaction mentioned in list 1 match each entry in list 1 with the list 2. So basically you have to firstly make the product of each of them, then see that product is the reactant of which of the following reactions, which of the following naming reactions. So if you see this here, you have toluene. Toluene in presence of CRO, that is chromyl chloride, and CS2, this is Itard's reaction, we know that. So answer will be benzaldehyde. So guys, where you use benzaldehyde? Tell me. Benzaldehyde you use in Stephan reaction, Sandmeyer, Hoffman bromamide degradation, or Cannizzaro. We use this in Cannizzaro reaction. So we know that S is 1. S is 1. S is 1. So answer is S is 1. S is 1. This and this are eliminated. Next is benzoic acid. In benzoic acid, what we have? In benzoic acid, we have, you firstly replace this with PCl5. PCl5 means this will be converted to COCl. Then add NH3 here. This will be converted to NH2 here, right? Amide. Then you add P4O10 here and you heat it, right? Then you add P4O10 and you heat it. Two things can happen now here. 2 benzoic acid, PCl, P4. Hoffman bromamide degradation. Sandmeyer reaction cannot be there. Stefan reaction can be there. Why? Because this is a good dehydrating agent, right? So here it will lose H2 and O, and hence it will give you CN, which is the product of, which is a reactant of Stefan's reaction, right? So here we can say that it is P is 2. P is 2, P is 2, P is 2 is there in this particular question. So answer will be B. Okay, answer will be B. Okay. Now I'll just draw it here directly, CN, right? If you see third one, you have nitrobenzene. Nitrobenzene, you add Fe, HCl, that means you do reduction. Then you add HCl, NNO2, that means you do diazotization. And diazotization is the product of, is a reactant of Sandmeyer reaction. So we can say disonium salt is a reactant of the Sandmeyer reaction. So 3 is Q. 3 is Q. And what about R? What about the fourth one? Here you have toluene. Toluene is converted to on the Friedel-Crafts chlorination we do. So it will be CHCl2, right? Then a Tollens reagent is added. See, when you add water here, this will have OH and this will have OH, right? So in the end, what you will have is benzaldehyde, right? Tollens reagent, when you add, this will be converted to acid, COH or CONA, right? Then you add SO2Cl2, this will be converted to Cl here. Then you again add NH3, this will be converted to NH2. That is amide. Amide is the reactant for Hoffman bromamide. So 4 is R. 4 is R, right? Last one also we should know, aniline you have. Aniline you have. Last one is, I'm just writing it here. Aniline you have here. Now aniline you are doing acetylation. Acetylation means you replace one hydrogen with COCH3, right? Then you do nitration, that means only para product will be formed. Then add aqueous NaOH, so this will be NH2. So this is not a reactant of any of these naming reactions. So B is the correct answer here, right? Next question, students. Next question we have. Next question is, match the compounds of list 1 with list 2 and choose the following. So this is also from the reactant side only. Okay, right? Now let us see. Match the compound of list 1 with appropriate observation of list 2. I hope so this is visible to you. Is it visible or not? I think that is not visible. I'll see. That will not be visible. Chalo, koi baat hai. I'll just read it in front of you what they are saying. So first is reaction with phenyl disonium salt gives yellow dye. Now which will give yellow dye? Phenol. You should have O here, right? You should have O here, right? Gives yellow dye. You need to have yellow dye. Now which will give you the yellow dye? Okay. Yellow dye nahi. We are talking about yellow dye. Na? Phenol gives you orange dye. this will give you yellow dye. This will give you yellow dye. So we need to find somewhere NH2. NH2 you need to find somewhere. Right? Okay. Chalo. Next is reaction with ninhydrin give purple color, and also it reacts with FeCl3 to give violet color. Okay. Ninhydrin means you have CONH. CONH is present here. CONH is present here. CONH is present in these two cases. That means 2 will be possible for either P or Q. Right? 2 is possible for either P or it is possible for Q. Right? Okay. Rest of this is not possible. Right? Okay. So 1 is already eliminated. Right? Now, this is the last question, guys. See this very carefully. Okay. Then reaction with glucose will give corresponding hydrazone. For reaction with glucose, what you need to have? For reaction with glucose, I need to have this carbonyl compound, right? And for hydrazine we need to have, and hydrazine I can find here. NH2 I can find that. That means this definitely is the correct answer for 3. So S is 3. This is definitely true. That means this is also eliminated. Now we are left with 2 options, that is B and D. Right? Now, next option is lysagonese extract of the compound treated with dilute HA followed by addition of this is give blood red color. Okay. After completion, blood red color. That means you need to have sulfur somewhere that is not found in any of the compounds. So that is already eliminated. So I don't need to have 4 in the option. 4 is also not in this option. 4 is also not in this option because 4 is not applicable for any of them. Right? Last is after complete hydrolysis. When you do the complete hydrolysis, it will give ninhydrin. Again, 1 or 2 can be the correct. It does not give positive phthalate test. Now, if you see phthalate test, for that you need to have this kind of thing where para is this is in this compound, right? But para should be free. Para is not free here, right? Para is not free here. Chalo, this I am sure about, that reaction with phenyl diazonium salt give yellow dye. So it is only possible in this case because NH3 positive HCl minus HCl, it will give you NH2, which will give you yellow dye test. That means R is 1. R is 1. R is 1 only in this case. So that means B will be the correct answer. Now if you see P is 2, right? Here this is also giving you ninhydrin. This is also giving you ninhydrin here, right? But in this case, what you have is it should also react with FeCl3 to give violet color, right? So it having OH group here, that means it can give you FeCl3 with the violet color. That is possible in this case. That means P is 2. So answer will be B, right? And the last one is after completing does not give positive. Does not give. Acha, does not give, they are saying, which is not giving you. So this does not have phenol. And that's why I'm thinking there is no test which is giving positive phthalate test. For positive, see, phthalate test will not be given by either this or this. Why? This has OH, but here para position is occupied, right? This does not have OH. So here they are specially mentioning does not give phthalate test. That means this will be Q. And here, why this is P? Because here they are saying it reacts with FeCl3 to give violet test that is present in case of this phenol. That means this is P, right? So that's why answer will be B is the correct answer here. Is that clear to everybody or not? Right? Is that clear, students? So all the questions we have done, right? All the questions we have done. And to all the students who were asking about the crash courses, ma'am, what is crash courses I'm saying? All the students who were asking about, ma'am, 2027 batch, ma'am, 2026 batch, ma'am, what you have for us, right? So guys, in the description box, right, what you will see, Sigma JEE batch for 2026, right? So you just need to click here, right? Click here and you will get to this portal, right? Where you have Sigma batch, where we have live sessions, right? We will give you every 15 days, there will be mock tests. There will be recorded classes. That means if you have missed some live classes, there will be recorded classes. And the important part is in the live session also, you will have your doubt sessions, right? That means you can ask your doubts in the class. There will be class teacher, dedicated class teacher who will answer your doubts. And even after the class, you can ask the doubts. That means after the class, you're watching the replay version of it. You can even then ask your doubts and that will be answered, right? So you don't need to worry about that. And then 40 plus part and full test will be given to you along with the Tattva modules. Hard copy and soft copy both are available here, right? Personalized attention will be given to you, your report cards, everything according to that. Your reports will be sent to you, that at which level you are and what is the improvement that is further needed, right? So this is the batch. You can click here, you can just join here, view course plan, and this is how to join this, right? Batch has already started here, right? This is combo, means here you have printed tattva. Printed means hard copy, right? Digital study class materials, all India test series, all these are provided to here as well. But in this batch, in this way, which is for 4999, here we don't have printed tattva books in hard copy. In soft copy you have. Here you will get it for hard copy. So that is the difference. So based on what you want, according to that you can choose, right? Okay, students, is that clear? And that's it. And for all the students who want to actually know, the PDF of this session will be in the description box here only, right? In this description box, the PDF will be provided to you, right, for this session, right? Now I'll just ask Namrata ma'am to join in for mathematics, right? Wait a minute. I'll just ask Namrata ma'am to join in, right? Now mathematics paper 1 solution, right? And then physics paper 1 solution. After that, I'll start again with chemistry, then again mathematics or physics, right? That's how we are going to solve all the questions. And this is beneficial for all the students who are preparing for 2026, right? This is beneficial for you as well, because that will help you to understand what is the level of the paper and how much hard work. And it's not like if you see that ma'am paper was that, it was not that difficult, do I need to prepare that much, right? You should see some questions were up like good level questions, right? No doubt chemistry paper was slightly easy only, but still you need to prepare yourself well for that, right? Because you never know, right? NTA has like given shock to NEET aspirants. Maybe in 2026 that might be you, right? So let's be prepared for every shock, for every surprise, right? Because competitive exam means competition will be there, and you need to prepare yourself for the competition. You can't say that okay, so you can't say that okay, I was not prepared for that. That's excuse will not work, right? Okay. So guys, Namrata ma'am has started. Bye bye. Take care. See you all and be ready for paper 2 chemistry after physics and mathematics. Bye bye.
Am I audible now? Am I audible? Okay. So let's quickly start mathematics section. So before I start actually, so let me just tell you about the sections, okay? So over here you've got 3 sections, and those 3 sections you can clearly see the very first section is single correct, okay? Now single correct section 1, 4 question, it contains 4 question A, B, C, D, only one correct option is there. If you are guessing it, if you are answering it correctly, you will get +3, otherwise negative marking in case you are attempting it wrong, okay? So this is the very first, just like your JEE means single correct, okay? So now single correct, if I talk about single correct, the very first question is from, okay, so this is from basic calculus question, or you can say basic polynomial based question. Okay, so let R denote the set of all real number AI, BI. Okay, so A1, B1, A1, B1, C. Basically, they are giving A1, A2, A3 and B1, B2, B3. Right? A1, A2, A3, B1, B2, B3. And now they are giving 3 functions F, G and H. 3 functions are given. So first of all, fx is given, and this is by the way a power 4 equation. Then gx is also given, power 4 equation, everybody. And then we have hx, which is nothing but f of x plus 1 minus g of x plus 2. And one more information given, fx is not equals to gx for every x belongs to R. That means fx and gx never intersect each other. Fx and gx never intersect each other. Then the coefficient of x cube in h of x, okay? So first thing I would like to just play on this thing. Fx is not equals to gx. Now just tell me, fx equals to gx will give you what? Okay, or you can say that fx minus gx is equals to 0 will give you what? Fx minus gx. So if I solve it, fx minus gx will be equals to x power 4. X power 4 is getting cancelled out. So fx minus gx is actually a cubic equation. It will become a cubic equation, and we don't want that whatever equation fx minus gx, whatever it is getting formed, we do not want any root of fx minus gx. Is this what is given to us, right? Fx and gx are never equal. That means fx minus gx is not having any root. What does that mean? Now cubic equation or cubic expression will definitely have at least one root. Yes or no? If I ask you there is a cubic equation, bare minimum one root should be there. So that means fx minus gx can never be, cannot, this is not possible, not possible. Cubic equation not possible. So fx minus gx, if you do, you will get a cubic equation which is not possible. So fx minus gx, if you do, x power 4 cancel. Now the coefficient of x cube should be 0 in fx minus gx. What does that mean? That a3 is equals to b3. That is the thing which we have gotten from this. Okay? Cubic equation will definitely see fx is not equals to gx, fx minus gx not equals to 0. Cubic equation not equals to 0. Not possible. What does that mean? That it should not be cubic equation at the very first place. Coefficient of x cube should be 0. So a3 and b3 should be equal, because if you subtract it, you will realize x4 is not there. But coefficient of x cube will be what? a3 minus b3 into x cube. You want that to be 0. So a3 and b3 will be equal. Getting it, understanding it? Okay. Now let's talk about h of x. So h of x will be what? F of x plus 1. So here let's put f of x plus 1. So it will be what? X plus 1 power 4 minus a3 x plus 1 whole cube, plus there will be squared terms which I am not going to write. So this is hx is f of x plus 1 minus g of x plus 2. So g of x plus 2 will be x plus 2 power 4 plus, sorry, this is going to be b3 x plus 2 whole cube and all the way up to all the power 2 terms. Correct or not? Yes, understanding it now. From here, coefficient of x cube will be what? Ma'am, 4c1. From here, coefficient of x cube will be a3, and from here, coefficient of x cube will be b3. So minus a3, this is actually plus, yeah, plus a3 minus b3 will be 0. So coefficient of a cube will get cancelled out from these two terms. Now from here, what will be coefficient of x cube? It will be 4c1 multiplied 2. So this is going to be 4 minus 8. Hello. Hello, hello, hello. I am back. I was facing power cut. Okay, so I am back with the second question. We have done only first question till now. Okay, so let's do the second question now. Hopefully the power will not interrupt us in solving JEE advanced paper, because since morning it's raining heavily over here and the power is on off like every 15-10 minutes. Okay, all right, so let's start the second question. 3 students, see, understand, 3 students S1, S2 and S3 are given a problem to solve. Consider the following events. You, at least one of S1, S2 and S3 can solve the problem, at least one. So probability of U is given as half. So probability of U is equals to probability of S1 union S2 union S3. That is nothing but 0.5. That is the first thing which is given to you. Now, if I just draw the Venn diagram over here. So see the Venn diagram. This is S1, then S2. What is happening? Okay. All right. So many times. S2 and this is S3. So understand what is given to you. This part is given to you, this green shading. If you can see green shading. So this is all 3 circles. Right? If you see this particular thing over here is nothing but 0.5. So I can write one more thing, 0.5, I can write it over here. This is 0.5 because see, overall probability is 1. So outside the circles is 0.5 and inside all 3 circles is 0.5. Okay. So I think probability of U is 0.5. Now V, what is V? V is nothing but 1 by 10. 0.1. S1 can solve the problem given that neither S2 nor S3 can solve the problem. So probability of V, my dear students, probability of V is nothing but probability of S1 can solve the problem given that conditional probability. Neither S2 nor S3 can solve the problem is 0.1. So probability of S1 given that. So this is going to give you probability of S1 upon probability of S1 intersection this S2 bar not S3 bar. Okay, this is given to us, which is 0.1. Okay, now let us understand probability of S1. See, probability of S1, this is your S1. Probability of S1, let us consider this circle as X. Okay, as X. This is your X. Probability of S1, oops, I have written a different formula. Yes, the correct formula is probability of S1 intersection S1 bar, S3 bar. Intersection will be above. This is probability of S1. Correct? Now probability of, let's mark this as X. So now this whole circle, now given that, see this X is nothing but probability of S1 given that S2 and S2 are, S1 and S2 and S3 are not able to solve it. So what is given over here is x upon x plus 0.5. Okay, x upon x plus 0.5. Probability of S1, that means we are looking for this. This is S1. Okay, so yes, this is equals to 0.1. Now x is equals to 0.1x is plus, this is 0.05. So clearly 0.9x is 0.05. So x is nothing but 5 by 90 and this is 1 by 18. 1 by 18. So this value is nothing but 1 upon 18. Let me go back and talk about now W. S2 can solve the problem and S3 cannot solve the problem. So S2 can solve the problem but S3 cannot. So this is your S2. Now you just have to remove S3 from it. So this thing is given to you, which is 1 by 12. This is 1 by 12. This green thing is 1 by 12. This yellow thing is 1 by 18. Now what they are asking? S3, probability that S3 can solve the problem. So probability that S3 can solve the problem, that means we are looking for this particular region. This particular region. Okay. Now understand. S3 can solve the problem. So probability of T is nothing but probability that S3 can solve the problem is equals to the complete all three circles, that is 1 by 2. Probability of all three circles. Now what we need to remove from S3? Understand, what we need to remove from S3 is this X portion, okay, and this green portion. By the way, this is your green portion. This whole thing is your green portion. So this 1 by 12, if I just shade, this is also including in 1 by 12. So now what you need to remove is, you need to remove this green portion 1 by 12 and you need to remove this X also 1 by 18. So what you're going to get is probability of T, which is S3. Now if you solve it, what you're going to get is 13 by 36 will be your answer. Everybody getting it? Yes? Okay. All right. So this was, I think, if I talk about question number 1, that was actually, I would consider moderate question. Question number 2, slightly difficult question because of the approach of the Venn diagram. Because of the Venn diagram approach, usually probability questions are difficult to think. Now the next question. This question again single correct question. Everybody? Yes, single correct question. Let R denote the set of all real numbers. Define the function. Okay, this. Okay, all right. Now can you see this particular portion? Now this is a very popular portion. X power something sine 1 by x. So this type of function where x is written over here, it is usually a differentiable function. Sorry, it is a continuous function. Let me tell you. See if it is x sine 1 by x. So this type of function is continuous but not differentiable. To stay differentiable, the power of x should be at least 2. Now this is continuous and differentiable as well. So you can check it out also how to calculate the differentiability. So limit h tend to 0 f of 0 plus h minus f of 0 upon h. This is h tend to 0 plus, okay. So f of 0 plus h. So that is going to be 2 minus 2h square minus h square sine 1 by h. Minus f of 0 is 2 upon h. Can you see this is getting cancelled out? And you know what? You can keep h outside. So h by h. So this is going to be minus 2h minus h sine 1 by h. So can you see 0, 0? So this is coming out as 0. LHD, RHD both are coming out as 0. So function is differentiable. Option A is wrong. If you know little bit about this function, you can directly cancel option A. Now there is a positive real number delta such that f is decreasing function on the interval 0, delta. Now understand, this f of x, this type of function are oscillatory function. So it will oscillate. What will happen at x equals to 0? So at x equals to 0, the value is 2. Okay, here also if you put at x equals to 0, 0 multiply finite, so 0, 0, so only 2. So function is continuous and function is differentiable as well. But you know what? What is the punch? The function will oscillate nearby 0 towards left and right both sides. It will oscillate like this. It will oscillate like this. So oscillation is there at x equals to 0. Now you cannot tell whether the function is increasing or decreasing. So option B, positive real number, says that function is decreasing. No, this is also wrong. And at x equals to 0, point of local minima. No, you can't do that because the function nature is oscillatory nature. So because of the oscillatory nature, you can certainly tell that this is not an increasing function. So only C option is correct over here. Okay, this is how this question is done. Now the next question. Very good question. Okay, very good question. Let's see. Consider this matrix P 2 0 0 0 2 0 0 0 3. Okay, let the transpose of matrix X be denoted by X. Okay. So they are saying something about P and Q. Both P is given, Q we need to check. So let me assume that Q is equals to A, B, C, D, E, F and G, H, I. This is your Q. Okay. Now as per this question, understand PQ is equals to QP. So let's do that. Okay, PQ. So PQ will be 2 0 0. Okay, 0 2 0 and 0 0 3. This is your P. This is A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I. This is equals to A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I. And this is your 2 0 0 0 2 0. Some like labor work we need to do. Okay, in here. Okay. Yes. So I have assumed the Q and PQ is equals to QP. Basic thing I have applied it. Okay. So now start multiplying. 2 0 0 ADG. So it is going to give you 2A. Then it is going to give you 2B. Yes, and 2C. Then this is row number 2 and this 2D, 2E and 2F. Then we are having 3G, 3H, 3I. Now this is equals to right hand side. So this is again 2A. Then we have 2B and then we have 3C. What does that mean? See, 2A, 2A are already equal. 2B, 2B are already equal. Now 2C being equals to 3C, what does that mean? 3C and 2C are equal. That means C is equals to 0. C is coming out as 0. Now again, okay. Second row first. So 2D. Then we have 2E, 2D, 2E. But last we are having 3F. So F is also 0. Correct. Now last. Then GHI. So 2G. So G is also 0. Okay. Then 2H. H is also 0. And 3I is right here. So CFGH is 0. CHGF is 0. So let me mark. C is 0. H is 0. F is 0. And G is also 0. So now your Q is A, B, 0. D, E, 0. 0, 0, I. One more information which is given to us is Q inverse is equals to Q transpose. Shall I multiply Q both the sides? So Q into Q transpose, Q into Q inverse, I is equals to Q transpose. Q into Q transpose. So this is your Q. Let me just keep it. So A, B, 0. A, B, 0. A, B, C, D, E, 0. Then 0, 0, I. This is your Q and this is your Q transpose, everybody. Q transpose will look like this. 1, 1, 1, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0. Okay, now multiply. So can you see A square plus B square is 1. Then AD plus BE is equals to 0 and last 0. Okay. Now this thing into this thing. So AD plus BE is anyway 0. Now D square plus E square is also what? 1. And one more thing, finally I square is equals to 1. only this much data you have. Correct or not? Now, as per the question, okay, as per the question, Q is having integer entries. So you can only think about integers. So here A, B, C, D. Okay, A, B, C, D. Let's think about A, B, C, D. Okay, A square plus B square is 1. So 1, 0. But now AD plus BE. So this is anyway 0. Now AD should be 0. A is already 1. D should be 0. So now C can be 1. So that C square, C is nothing. Okay, C is anyway. So this is E. So AB and 1, 0 and 1, 0. Then minus 1, 0, minus 1, 0 is also possible. 1, 0, minus 1, 0 is also possible. And minus 1, 0, 1, 0 is also possible. Yes or no? Okay. So I have fixed A as 1 and then realize what we can do. Now let's put B as 1 and A as 0. B is 1 and A is 0. So if B is 1 and A is 0, this thing is already 0. B is 1, so E has to be 0. So E is 0. So now if E is 0, then D has to be 1. So 0, 1, 0, 1, 0, minus 1, 0, minus 1, 0, 1, 0, minus 1 and 0, minus 1, 0. Oops, 0, minus 1. Next thing will be there. So can you see there are 8 possibilities. Now corresponding to every possibility, there will be the value of I as well. I can be what? Either plus 1 or minus 1. So if I is 1 and I is minus 1, so this will counted as double case. Like with I1 and other one is I minus 1. So 2 plus 2 plus 2 plus 2 plus 2, how many times? 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4. So 8 cases repeated 2 times. So 16 is the answer of this question. Okay, option C, 16 is the correct answer. Everybody getting it? Yes. Now the next section. Moving on to the next section. Everybody? Yes. This is more than one correct, and you know what? More than one correct were easier this year than single correct. Now you will see actual paper. Okay. So more than one correct were actually doable. Can you see? Have a look at this question. Okay. A little bit lengthy, but you know what? Doable. Okay. Let's see. L1 be the line of intersection of this and this. So 2 planes are given. Using 2 planes, you can actually calculate line L1. Okay. Okay, all right. Now let's read more. L2 is another line passing through 2, 1, minus 3. Can I write L2? And L2 is parallel to L1. That means I need direction ratio of L1, which is given by I, J, K. Determinant cross product of these 2 planes will give you. So 2, 3, 1 and 1, 2, 1. So if you solve this, this is going to give you 1, minus 1, 1. Right? 1, minus 1, 1 will be your direction ratio of line number 1. And you know what? Because line 2 is parallel to L1, so L2 will always have this direction ratio. So now I can write L2, x minus 2, y plus 1, z minus 3, and this is equals to lambda. Okay? Alright, z minus 3 is equals to lambda. Suppose that line L2 meets the plane M at point Q. So this is your L2. Let me draw the diagram. Okay? So what is happening? There is this point P, which you already have 2, minus 1 and 3. Now there is this plane M, whose equation is also given to you. Okay, plane equation is 2x plus y minus 2z is equals to, so 2x plus y minus 2z is equals to 6. Now this line L2 is intersecting plane at point Q. So let us do one thing now. Let us assume this point on line and satisfy in the plane. So lambda plus 2 minus lambda plus minus 1 3, okay, lambda plus 3. This is x, y, z. Now if you put this over here, you will get the value of lambda. So 2 times lambda plus 2 minus lambda minus 1 minus 2 times lambda plus 3 is nothing but 6. 2 lambda. So lambda, this is minus lambda and plus 4. So it is going to give you 9. Lambda is coming out as minus 9. The moment lambda is minus 9. So now minus 9. So minus 7, 8 and minus 6. Minus 7, 8 and minus 6 are the coordinates of point Q. So PQ you can calculate from right here. As per the question, you need to calculate PQ. So this is 81 plus 81 plus 81. So this is 9 root 3 is the length of PQ. That means length of PQ, option A is absolutely correct. Okay. Now length of line segment QR. Q to we have already. R. Where is R? R be the foot of perpendicular drawn from P to plane M. R be the foot of perpendicular. So foot of perpendicular ke liye we have a direct formula. Suppose alpha, beta, gamma is the foot of perpendicular. Alpha minus 2 is equals to beta plus 1 is equals to gamma minus 3 upon. Coefficient of x, coefficient of y, coefficient of z is equals to minus 1. Now put this point in the plane. Remember, we used to calculate image of a line, then image of a point about plane. Direct formula I am using. Okay, so this is minus 1 and this is 4 minus 1 plus 6 minus 6 upon 9. So alpha is going to be 4, beta 0 and gamma is going to be minus, okay. Alpha is 4. So this is your 1, 4, 0, 1. So this point is 4, 0, 1. Now tell me one thing, this is QR. So now you have QR, you can calculate QR, right? So this is 121 plus 64 and this is 49. So 120 plus 170. 170 plus 64. 170 plus 64. 170 plus 64. So the length of line segment QR is 15. So it should be 15. Hold on. This is actually 81. Correct? Hold on. You are actually calculating QR, no? QR. Sorry, not RQ. QR will be 121 plus 64 plus minus 6 minus 1 will be 49 only. Yes, this is going to be your QR. 401 is going satisfying. 4 2s are 8. This is the 0. So 8 minus, yes, 401. And QR length, it should be 15. So let me check. No, it is not 15 actually. No, it's incorrect. Yes. So which is not equals to 15. You can see that also. That means our calculation is correct. So this is incorrect. Okay. Area of triangle PQR is what we need to calculate. So area of triangle PQR, delta, is half into QR. So QR is right here. Okay. So let us calculate QR now. So square root of 120. So 170 plus 64. So this is 4 and 234. Correct? So 234 square root, multiply. Now perpendicular. So PR, it is going to have square root of 4 plus 1 plus 4. So it is 3. So 3 by 2 square root 234 is absolutely correct. Option C is right. Acute angle between line segment PQ and PR. Now this so you can calculate. PQ is this vector you can create. PR is this vector. So two vectors you can create. Find the acute angle. And if you find, you will realize that D is incorrect. So only A and C are the correct answers. Okay, everybody? Yes? Getting it? Shall I move on to the next problem, my dear students? Okay. Shall I move on to the next problem? Yes. So this is that problem over here. Yes. Now see. We'll start with F. Okay. So here the question is given, two functions f and g are given to us, and gof and fog is also given. So 4 functions we have. So we'll start with basic. We'll start with f. We need to check whether f is 1, 1 or not. So if you can calculate f, you can calculate anything. Okay. Now f is not 1, 1, but f is on 2. We need to check this. So f is having, so let us draw it over here. This is your f, and this is, so f is having natural numbers in the first set and integers in the second set. Okay, can you see? Yes. Now start putting. N is odd, so put n is equals to 1. You will get 1 pay value 1. 1 pay you're getting 1. Now n is equals to 2 if you put. 4 minus 2. 2 by 2, 1. See, f of 1 is also coming 1 and f of 2 is also coming 1. What does that mean? That this is not 1, 1. So that means this part is correct. Now we need to check on 2. We need to check whether all the integers are getting fulfilled or not. F of 3, put 3 over here, so you're going to get 2. Put 4 over here. So 4, if you put, you will get 0. Okay, 6 if you put over here, you will get minus 1. That means can you see, the moment you put even numbers, you are going to get negative integers. The moment you are going to get put positive, like odd numbers, you are going to get positive integers. That means, can you see that all the second set will be occupied? That means option D is correct. It is 1, 1. It is 1, 1. It is not 1, 1 actually. It is not 1, 1, but it is on 2. That means D is correct. Now let's talk about G. Let me draw G over here. So in G, now you will have, first set will have integers. Draw the mapping diagram. And here you will have natural numbers. Okay. Now start putting. Put n is equals to 0, you will get 3. 0 will get 3. Put n is equals to 1, you will get 5. N is equals to 2, you will get 7. N is equals to 3 will get you 9. That means that the positive integers are giving me odd numbers, odd natural numbers. Now what about negative numbers? Put minus 1. So it will give you 2. It will give you 2. Put minus 1, you're going to get 2. Put minus 2, you're going to get 4. Can you see all the even numbers are also getting occupied? Minus 3 pay, you're going to get 6. So this is on 2 for sure. On 2 is there, but you know what? How will you get 1? This 1 is left out. So this is not on 2. Actually, this 1 is left out. There is no pairing for 1. So this is not on 2, but it is 1, 1. So 1, 1, but not on 2. 1, 1, but not on 2. So G is 1, 1, but not on 2. So option C is wrong. Now we need to check for fog and gof. Okay, so I will make sure that we are doing that. Okay, so this is f of G of n. So input of G. Input of G is what? Input of G is Z and output of F. So this is a Z to Z. That means first and second set both will have integers, because this is defined from Z to Z. Okay. And this is 0, minus 1, minus 2, minus 3, plus 1, 2, 3, 4 and so on. Now we need to check what is happening with fog. So first of all, tell me if you put 1. So G of 1 you have to calculate. So if you put 1, G of 1, what was G of 1? So G of 1 was nothing but 5. So 1 pay we are directly getting 5. Now what about 2? G of 2, anybody? G of 1 pay we are getting 1, no? Okay. Sorry. 5 pay. Hold on. So first of all, what we are doing is, let me just write it. We are talking about f of G of n. So 1 pe, G of 1 is nothing but 5. So G of 1 is nothing but 5. Then f of 5, what is f of 5? So f of 5, you have to put f of 5 is 3. F of 5 is 3. So that means fog 1 is 3. So fog 1 over here is nothing but 3. Fog 1 is 3. This is how you need to draw the mapping diagram. Fog 1 is 3. F of 1 is coming out as 3. Everybody? Then f of 2, if you calculate, you will get 4. F of 3 is 5. That means f of g of n is nothing but n plus 2. If you see, 1 pe you are getting 3. Start getting it. So n plus 2. N plus 2, if you see, this is actually 1, 1 and on 2. So fog is 1, 1 and on 2. Correct? So fog is 1, 1 and on 2. So option B is also incorrect. Now Goff is not 1, 1 and Goff is not on 2. So if you check, draw the mapping diagram, you will realize that A is correct and D is correct. Okay, Goff ka mapping diagram, same you have to do it as I have done. Okay. Okay, now this is the easiest question from paper 1. I think every JEE aspirant, I told you, there will be easy question. This is a JEE main level question. See, what they are saying is that Z1 is given to you, Z2 is also given to you. Let's forget about Z1, Z2. So mod of x plus iota y minus Z1 is this, is equals to 2 times x plus iota y minus 3 iota. This is Z2. Square root of x minus 1 whole square plus y minus 2 whole square is equals to 4, because if you remove square root, then there will be 4, and this is x square plus y minus 3 whole square. So if you solve it, what will you get? You will get a circle. Now just create that circle and radius and center. So option A and D will be absolutely correct. Just check out the center and radius. Can you see, this is a typical JEE main se bhi niche level question. Below level than JEE main. Yes or no? Now section 3, numerical type, and then eventually section 4. Section 3 is having 6 questions. Numerical value question. Yes. Numerical value question. Okay. So yes, this is the question. Good question, I would say. The set of all the relations R on set A, B, C, D, E, F such that R is reflexive. Now, if R is reflexive, it should definitely have A, B, B, C, C, and D, D, E, E also, F, F. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6 elements so I already have in my relation. Now I need 4 more in such a way that my relation should be symmetric. Okay, symmetric. Now understand, 4, if you need 4 ordered pairs, okay, 4 more, and this relation is symmetric. So actually you don't want 4, you just want 2, because other 2 will be the symmetric pair. Suppose if you are keeping A, B, then B, A will be absolutely free. If you are keeping C, D, then D, C will absolutely be free. So you are just interested in basically, what are you interested in? If you carefully look, you are only interested in 4 elements. 4 elements. You need to select 4 elements. Okay? You need to select 4 elements. Or rather than that, you need 2 pairs. A, B is a unique, C, D is unique. The rest 2 will be automatically B, A and D, C. So you need, so basically 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Out of 6 elements, first of all, you need 2 elements. Okay. So 6C2. So 6C2 will form a pair. Selection of 2 elements from these 6 will give you, suppose it will give you 2 elements, suppose E and D. So now E and D, you are having 1 ordered pair, E, D. So 62, that means there are 15 such pairs. Okay, there are 15 such pairs. Suppose it is having A comma B, unique pairs. Okay, so 6C to A comma B, then B comma A comma C. Let me write A comma C, then A comma D, A comma E, A comma F. Then B comma C. B comma A will not be counted again. It will be B comma C, B comma D, B comma E, B comma F. Then C comma D, C comma E, C comma F. Then D comma E, D comma F. Right? E comma F. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. There are 15 such pairs. Now you need 2 pairs, right? How many pairs do you need? 2 pairs. So 15C2 is the correct answer. 15 into 7 is equals to 105 is absolutely correct. Everybody getting it? Yes? And since the relation is symmetric, A comma B is included, then B comma A must be also should be considered unordered pair from the off diagonal elements. Vara Prasad, yes, unordered. Yes, exactly. See, so what I did is this is unordered pair. A comma B is only counted once. That is why I have written these are the 15 possibilities of an ordered pair. A comma B, B comma A, I am not counting again differently. Now out of 15, how many do you want? You want only 2. Now if you want to count ordered pairs, then there will be 30 pairs. And out of 30, again, that is a different approach, incorrect approach. This is the correct approach, okay? This is the correct approach. So you just have to select 2 because the remaining 2 will automatically get formed. No, if you pick A comma B, so other half will always be there. Okay, so this is 105 as the correct answer. Now this is also one of the easy questions, right? This is also one of the easy questions. Let us see what is happening over here. For any 2 points M and N in XY plane, Mn denote the vector Mn. Okay. So I think the question is starting from here. Let PQ are 3 distinct points. So PQR being a triangle. Let me form a triangle P, Q and R. Okay, S be any point on the triangle. So I am marking this S as S vector. And P, you know what? P. Now this is interesting. If you do that now, then your question will be very much easy for you. This is again a very basic question. This is 0. This is A vector. This is your B vector. Now as per the question, SP. So SP is nothing but 0 minus S. So minus S, 5SQ. So 5 times Q is what? A minus S. Then plus 6 times R, B minus S is equals to 0. So this is minus 12S vector plus 5A plus 6B is equals to 0. This is what we are getting till now. After that, E is the midpoint of PR. So this is your E and this is your F. Okay. E is nothing but B by 2 and F is nothing but A plus B by 2, everybody. Yes. Now length of line segment EF. Can anybody tell me? It can be written down as EF vector, which is F minus E. So this is A by 2. Whole upon ES vector. ES vector will be S vector minus E minus B by 2. Yes, S, value of S, we can put it over here. So this is A vector plus 2S minus B. So A vector upon 2S. Everybody 2S. 2S will be actually, 2S vector will be, 2S is nothing but minus of, okay, 2S is 5 by 6A plus 6 by 6B minus B. Can you see? This is the value of 2S, minus B is as it is. So this is actually coming out as 6 by 5, which is 1.2. So clearly numerical answer is having 1.2 as the final answer. Yes, paper 2 was slightly hard, but paper 1 was doable. I think questions were doable. 1.2 is the correct answer. Now this question. Everybody, this question I would say the tough question or probably the toughest, one of the toughest of paper 1. It is a quite tricky question because now you need to think the cases. You need to think about the cases. क्या बोल रहे हैं? What are they saying? S be a set of all 7-digit numbers that can be formed using 0, 1, 2. For example, 221022 is in S because it is a 7-digit number, and this is not a 7-digit number. Obviously, 0 will not be able to come in the front. So this is not in S. Then the number of elements X in S such that at least one of the digits, 0 and 1 appears exactly 2. So 0, 1 and 2. These are the 3 numbers. Everybody? Only 3 numbers. Now 0. Suppose 0 is coming out as twice. This is number of times. Number of times 0 is appearing. So twice, number of times 0 is appearing. So 0 is appearing twice. Now 1 can appear 5 times and 2 can appear 0 times. Can this happen? Yes. Now 0 is so 0 is appearing twice, okay, that we have fixed it, and 1 is appearing 0 times and 2 is appearing 5 times. This also can happen. Now 1, 4, 4, 1, correct, and we have 3 and 2. Yes, 7-digit number. So 0 is appearing twice, 1 is appearing thrice, and 2 can appear twice. Now this I cannot change, because now if you change this, then 1 will also appear twice, which is not allowed. Can you see that exactly twice in it? At least one of the digits, 0 and 1. Oh, this is also possible. 2, 2 and 3. This is also possible. Yes or no? At least one of the digits 0 and 1 appears exactly twice. Okay. Ma'am, would multinomial coefficients be better tool? Here we are dealing with 0, 1 and 2 up to 7 positions with frequency constraint. Multinomial theorem, yes, multinomial theorem, you can also apply multinomial theorem where the power of one element is fixed, which is 2. But yeah, I'll think about that approach also. But yes, I feel that that can be done. Okay, let me just check whether we are able to solve using multinomial theorem. But right now, let's do it with this. Now see what is happening. 0 is coming twice. So how to calculate it? 0 is coming out twice. 7-digit number, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. First place you can't have 0. So that means 6C2. So we are choosing up 2 places for 0. Suppose 0 is coming out over here. So 6C2. Okay. So 0, 0 I have carefully placed. Now these 5 ones will be 1, 1, 1, 1, 1. Like this it will happen. So 6C2 will be 15. Similarly, 6C2, you are choosing your zeros occupancy, and eventually now your, again, this is also 15. So this is 6C2. So you have selected 0, 0, right? Now there will be 5 factorial upon 4 factorial. So 6C2 into 5. 15 into 5 will be 75. Similarly, 6C2 into 5, 75. Now 2, 3, 2. So again 6C2, you have selected positions for 0, and now 3 and 2. So you have 5 places, so 5 factorial by 3 factorial, 2 factorial. Okay, so it is 5 factorial. So this is 10, 6C2 into 10. So 150 and 150. So if you solve it, it is going to give you 300 plus 450, 450 plus 30. So 480 will be all those numbers where you are going to get 0 exactly twice. 0 should appear exactly twice. Okay. Now 1 should appear exactly twice. and 0 and 2 we need to check. Okay, so 1 I have kept fixed, so 0 can be 5 times and 2 can be 0 times. Okay, 0 and 5, this also can happen. Then we have 1 comma 4, 2 4 comma 1. Okay, all right, then 2 3 2 and 2 2 3. Now 2 2 3, can you see this 2 2 3 you cannot write because it is counted already there. What about 2 3 2? So 1 is coming out as twice. I think this is the only thing. Now, yes, 0 is appearing 5 times, 2 is not appearing, and so this is actually 6C5. 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 Out of, because 0 cannot appear, no? 6C5. 0 cannot appear in the first place. 6C5 is there. Okay, so 5 positions are already occupied. Now rest 2 positions are done by 2. So that's it. 6C5, 6 will remain like this. Now, okay. So this is the very basic. You have 5, 2 and you have, so this is 7 factorial upon 5 factorial, 2 factorial. Okay, what about this? Again, 6C1, you have selected 1 position for your 1. Now remaining, how many are there? 4, 5, 6. So 6 factorial upon 4 factorial, 2 factorial. This is 6C4 and now you have 3 factorial upon 2 factorial. This is 6C3 and now you have 4 factorial upon 2 factorial, 2 factorial. If you solve it, your answer will be actually 362. So if you solve it, the sum of this will be 362. So 480, not 362, sorry. 480 plus whatever the value will be, but the overall answer is 762. Okay, everybody? Yes? So 10th question, tough question, done nicely. Now this 11th question, limits question, basic question I would say. Yes, basic question, alpha and beta we need to calculate. First of all, let's understand, if I put x equals to 0, this is becoming 0 and this is big. So this is a 0 by 0 form. So you can apply L'Hopital over here. So let's apply L'Hopital in the denominator. So x cube is in the denominator, 3x square. What about this? This is alpha by 2, 1 upon 1 minus x square. And we are having plus beta minus beta x sin x. Product rule, right? Plus beta cos x is equals to 2, limit x tend to 0. Now again you have to apply 0 by 0 form. You need to check the form. If you put x is equals to 0, what are you going to get? Again, denominator is clear cut 0, but what about numerator? This is alpha by 2, this is 0. So alpha by 2 plus 0 plus beta. Now it should be again 0 by 0 form. For this limit to exist and equal to be finite, the numerator part is also 0. So alpha by 2 plus beta should be nothing but 0. That's the first equation we are getting for alpha and beta. Okay. Now what you can do is, let's do one thing. Let's take LCM and apply that expansion. Okay. So alpha okay, minus beta x sin x, or what you can do is plus beta, if you take common, cos x plus, sorry, minus x sin x, and you are having 2 beta, so you have 2 beta and 1 minus x square. This is how it is, and this is 3 to the 6, 1 minus x square into x square. Limit x tend to 0. Now the moment you put 0, see, if this is in 0, 6x square will be there in denominator. That means numerator I have to expand only. This is 2. So I will only expand my numerator till x square. So this is alpha plus 2 beta. Now cos x, expansion of cos x. Remember 1 minus x square by 2. Minus x sin x. It starts with x. The very first element in sin x expansion is x. X is already there. So minus x square. and this is 1 minus x square as it is, whole upon 6x square, because the moment you put x equals to 0, this will be 1 only. Okay. Now start getting the answer. Now what do you want? You want coefficient of x square from the numerator. So alpha is constant. This is minus beta, and yes, so x square into this. Okay, hold on. So if you multiply 1, then I think the very first thing you're getting is minus beta and minus 2 beta. So minus beta minus 2 beta. Now if you multiply x square into this, so plus 2 beta will also be there. So plus 2 beta. This is the coefficient of x square upon 6. This is nothing but 2. So from here you're going to get, so beta is going to be minus 12. Beta is going to be minus 12. If beta is minus 12, so alpha, if beta is minus 12, alpha is nothing but 24. So alpha plus beta, they are saying 2.4. Hold on. 6 2s are 12. 2 beta cancel. Beta is minus 12, correct? Beta is coming out as minus 12. If your beta is minus 12, okay, if your beta is minus 12, so alpha will be 24. So alpha plus beta will be what? 12. Have I done any mistake over here? Everybody? Hold on. Minus 2 beta and the coefficient of, hold on, let me check. Minus x square, so this should be minus, then it should be minus, negative, yes. It should be minus 2 beta, correct? Minus 2 beta. So this is minus, so minus 5 beta is equals to 12. Beta is nothing but minus 12 by 5. So if beta is minus 12 by 5, so alpha will be 24 by 5. Now I think we can do that. Yes. So 24 minus 12 by 5 is the answer. 12 by 5 is nothing but 1.2. 12 by 5 is actually 2.4. Yes. Now the answer is absolutely correct. 2.4 is absolutely correct. Everybody getting it? Now this question, another question, very good question, 12th question. Okay, so this question says f of x plus y is equals to f of x into f of y. How many of you are aware of this functional equation? Actually, this is a power. F of x is nothing but a I cannot take. So what I can do is alpha power x. This is your f of x. Okay. As per the question, this information is given to you, f of a31. So f of a31 will be alpha power 31. Yes or no? Alpha power, sorry, a31. X will be replaced. Now, alpha power a31 is equals to 64 alpha power a25. And you know what? A31 is arithmetic progression. So just let's, it's given now. It's an AP. So let's just plug in the value, okay? Alpha power a31. So alpha power a plus, this is 30d, arithmetic progression. Alpha power a plus 24d. Clearly alpha power a will be gone. So alpha power 30d, or what you can do is, you can just keep these two terms together. So alpha power a plus 30d minus a minus 24d. So it is 6d is equals to 64. So alpha power d power 6 is equals to 2 power 6. Alpha power d is coming out as 2. Alpha power d is coming out as 2. Everybody getting it? Yes? Okay. So what was the question? First of all, this equation, functional equation, allows me to write f of x as nothing but alpha power x. This is the first thing. If you are not aware, then you won't be able to write functional equation. Now, as per the question, a1, a2, a3 all the way up to a50 is in arithmetic progression such that f of a31. So x will be replaced by a31. So alpha power a31 is equals to 64 alpha power a25. a31 and a25 are nothing but terms of arithmetic progression. So let's put a plus 30d, a plus 24d. And eventually alpha power d is equals to 2. Okay. Now the next information is given as this. Sigma, what are they writing? So basically they are writing f of a1 plus f of a2 and all the way up to f of a50 is 3 2 power 25 plus 1. Everybody getting this? How many of you are getting that? F of a1. F of a1 will be what? Alpha power a1. So this is alpha power a1 plus alpha power a2 plus alpha power a3. Okay, and so on. Now let me just put the values also. Alpha power a1 is alpha power a plus alpha power a plus d plus alpha power a plus 2d, and it will go all the way up to alpha power a plus 49d is equals to 3 2 power 25 plus 1. Now if you take alpha power a constant common, it will be 1 plus alpha power d plus alpha 2d, and it will go all the way up to alpha power 49d. This is a GP. The left hand side over here is a GP. Let me write the sum of GP over here. Alpha power a is as it is. Sum of 59 terms of GP is alpha power 50d minus 1 whole upon alpha power d minus 1. Remember the formula. R power n minus 1 upon r minus 1, geometric progression, is nothing but 3 2 power 25 plus 1. Now alpha power d is 2. So alpha power d, so this is 2 power 50 minus 1. So actually this is coming out as alpha power a. Let me just write it in the next page. Okay. So alpha power a is as it is. Now see, alpha power d power 50. So this is 2 power 50 minus 1 and 2 minus 1. So 2 power 50 minus 1 upon 2 minus 1 is 1. This is 3. 2 power 25 plus 1. I can split this. Alpha power a is already outside. This is your a. This is 2 power 25 plus 1. 2 power 25 minus 1 is equals to 3. 2 power 25 plus 1. This is gone. So alpha power a is nothing but 3 upon 2 power 25 minus 1. Now what are they asking? Let me go back. They are asking sum of first 30 terms. Same. Okay, sum of first 30 terms. So alpha power a plus alpha power a plus d plus all the way up to alpha power a plus 29d. This is what they are asking. So alpha power a is common and we can put the value 3 2 power 25 plus 1 or minus 1. Minus. Okay, and over here, now how many terms? 30 terms. So alpha power 30. So alpha power d power 30 minus 1 upon 2 minus 1 will be there. So this is nothing but 3 upon 2 power 25 minus 1, and this is 2 power 30 minus 1. What are they asking? Then the value of. Okay, so now you just have to calculate this. Now you have to calculate this. Okay, so if you calculate this, what are you going to get? 96 will be the correct answer. 96 will be the correct answer. Sorry. It's I is equals to 6. It's starting with I is equals to 6. Okay. So it's starting with I is equals to 6. So the very first thing is a plus 5d. It starts with a plus 5d. So alpha a plus 5d. Correct? Plus alpha a plus 6d. So it starts with 5d. How many terms are there? So there will be 25 terms. Okay. First term will remain outside. First term is, if you take alpha hold on. So this is, we need to do it again. Let me just take something common. So this is alpha power a plus 5d I am taking common. So alpha power a and alpha power 5d also I am taking common. So that now there are how many terms? 29 minus 4, 25 terms are there. So 25 term r power n minus 1. So 2 power 25 minus 1 upon 2 minus 1, this is gone. Yes, now put the values. Now put the values. Alpha power a, 3 upon 2 raised to power 25 minus 1. Alpha power, so this is 2 ka power 5. So 2 ka power 5 and this is nothing but 2 ka power 25 minus 1. Can you see this is getting cancelled out? 32 into 3. So now this is coming out as 96. Everybody now getting it? Yes? Okay. So actually this was not starting from 0 but from 6. Hence, the total number of terms starts from 6. 25 terms will be there. So formula will be put accordingly and hence these two things will get cancelled out. Okay. Everybody, next question. So 96 is the correct answer. Now 13th. Okay. So this is also not a very difficult question. If you understand this, what are they trying to say? They are saying y1, y2, y3 you need to get from solving this differential equation. So let me get y1. So this is dy1 upon variable separable is equals to sine square. Sine square is 1 minus cos 2x dx. Log of y1 is equals to, this is what? X minus sine 2x by 4. So y1 is nothing but e power x, e power minus sine 2x by 4. This is, and a constant obviously will be there. So let us mark it as k1. Similarly, y2, now this is cos x. So if you put the formula 1 plus cos 2x. So this is e power x, e power plus sine 2x by 4 and this is k2. And similarly, y3, now y3 is a different, okay. Again, log y3 will be happening. So all these things will be going. So this is e power x. This is by 2, correct? So by 2 is there, by 2. So this is e power x. See, if you shift this towards that side, it will give you e power minus x and e power minus 1 by x square and k3. This is your y3. Everybody getting it? Yes, y1, y2, y3. Now, this is your limit, okay? Anyway, you put x is equals to 0, this will become 1. So now your limit is becoming limit y1, y2, y3 by sin x plus 2x by sin x will be 2. Limits x tend to 0 plus. Now understand this. y1, y2, y3, you need to take product. This is your y1. If you see, y1 is having e power x by 2 and y2 is also having e power x by 2. If you multiply e power x by 2 into e power x by 2, you will get e power x, and now if you multiply it with y3, e power x by 2 will become e power x and this is e power minus x. This will be gone. This will be gone. E power x is gone. Now e power minus sine 2x by 4 plus sine 2x by 4 will also be gone. K1, K2 will be remaining and this, only this part. So K1, K2, K3. So limit K1, K2, K3, only e power minus 1 by x square upon sine x will be remaining plus 2. Now understand. If you put 0, this is e power minus 1 upon fraction. E raised to power, actually if you put 0, it will be infinity, but e raised to power minus infinity is 1 by e power infinity is 1 by infinity, which is 0. So numerator is also 0, denominator is also 0, L'Hopital. You can apply. But what you can do is, if numerator and denominator both are 0, think about intensity of becoming exponential will go 0 way faster than your sin x. So this is bigger 0 by smaller 0, you can say. So this is actually, see, whole thing is turning this to be 0. So 0 plus 2. So this limit value is 2. Okay, everybody? Yes. So next question. So 2 is the correct answer. Now you have section 4, which is having 3 match the column. So last 3 questions quickly. Now match the columns are way too easy. Then way too easy actually. Then your multiple correct. Then your single correct. Definitely. Now let's understand this. First of all, match the column. Why it is becoming so quickly 3 questions we'll do, then we'll talk about physics, okay? Yes. So first of all, let's understand this. Can you see option A, B, C? So definitely P will be 5. Definitely P will be 5. See, you can do the option elimination game. So P will definitely be 5. Because 3 options are telling P as 5. So D, I am rejecting it for sure. D will be rejected, okay? Alright, now if I talk about if D is rejected, then if I talk about 3, 2, 3, 2, so again evenly distributed, and R 2, 3, 3, 2, and S is 4, 1, so S, D if I just cancel, because P cannot be 3, correct? So now what to do? So if Q is 2, Q is 2 or 3, and okay, A, B, C. So if I talk about this, 3, 2, 3 and 2, 2, 3. A, B, C. Now option elimination say what you can do. Chalo, let's check first. Let's check, okay? Let's check. Let's read the question. D is incorrect for sure. Consider the following frequency distribution. This is your frequency distribution, okay? All right. Now, sum of the frequency is 19. So 5 plus 2, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. So 12 plus F1 plus F2 is 19. F1 plus F2 is nothing but 19. So this is 7. F1 plus F2 is nothing but 7. See, we don't have to do all the parts. F1 plus F2 is equals to 7. Now, suppose that sum of frequency is 19 and the median of this frequency distribution is 7. Median, they are saying, sorry, 6. That means this is the median class. Let me arrange, see, Xi, then Fi. Let me arrange 4, 5, 6, then we have 8, then we have 9, 11 and 12. Corresponding frequency, everybody, 5, then F1, then 1. Be careful, huh? Then we have 8, corresponding to 8, F2, and 9 we have 2, and 12, 11, 3, and then 1, okay? Then this is your, okay, cumulative frequency will tell you median class, right? So this is 5, 5 plus F1, 6 plus F1, 6 plus F1 plus F2. So this is 13, 13 plus 2, 15 plus 3, 18, and total 19. Now median class, can anybody tell me the formula of median class? Formula of median class will be n plus 1 by 2. N plus 1 by 2. N over here is 19. N is equals to 19. So median class Okay. All right. So what we did, have a look, see. What we did, we don't have to do each and every part over here. Understand, first part, so you know 55 it was coming. For S part, now for S part, 19 sigma square. How do you calculate sigma? First of all, calculate mean. Mean is sigma xi fi upon 19. So 4 5s are 20 plus 5 f1. So add everything, you will get 133 by 19, which is 7. Now sigma square, what is the formula of sigma square? Square of your difference in observation into frequency. So 7 is your mean. 4 minus 7 is minus 3 whole square. 9 into 5, 45. Then 7 minus 5 minus 2 whole square. 4 into f1. 4 4s are 16. Okay. Then again 6 and 7 difference is 1. 1 square is 1 into 1. 1 aega. Then 1 square again f2. So it is 3. Then 4, because 7 and 9 difference of 2, square of it is 4. 4 2s are 8. Correct, and so on. So you will get 146 as the final answer. So for this particular question, you don't have to do everything. You just have to do P and S, and this is your correct answer. Now let me talk about this question again. I am not going to do all the parts, and I'm going to show you that how you get the answer. First of all, look at the options. It is very clear that, see, if I talk about P1, P2, P5, P2. So C is wrong, A is wrong. So just don't see A and don't see C. Remove it from your eyesight. P is 2 definitely. Okay, now between B and D, so B is Q1, Q3 and R4, R1. Now between, I think R4 will be the correct one. R4 will be the correct one. So I think option B should be the correct, because see now R is having 4. R should be equals to 4. So R should be equals to 4. Okay. And by option elimination only you can see that between B and D, I think you should go for B. So yes, B is absolutely right. Before doing anything, I have checked for B. Okay. So B is absolutely right. This is how you do option elimination in match the following. Everybody, yes. But now let's talk about the actual concept also. They are saying that this is a function, greatest integer function is already there, and this function is continuous in the interval 1 to 2. Understand what they are trying to say. Continuous in the interval 1 to 2. So what happens? See, any greatest integer function, how does that greatest integer function work? Tell me one thing. So the greatest integer function should changes its value the moment it hits a new integer. See, f of 1, see this becomes, let me just, suppose f of x is equals to GI of x. Tell me that what is happening. Let me just tell you through the graph. So 1 to 2, 1. 1 pe value you are getting 1, and the higher chances, can you see there is a discontinuity at x equals to 2. But in this case, you don't want any discontinuity. What does that mean? That the value of f of 1 should be equals to f of 2 only. Continuity will only happen if it is a basically constant function. This should be a constant function. Constant function in this 1 to 2. So f of 1 should be equals to f of 2, everybody. F of 1 will be what? 10 minus 45 minus 35. So 60 by n. GIF is equals to 55 by n GIF. Now tell me the value of n. Minimum value they are saying. Minimum values. Minimum values, what are the values we have? We have n is equals to 5 as the minimum value. So if you put 5, what will happen? 12. If you put 5, 11. So n is equals to 5 is not the correct answer. Okay, n is equals to 5 is not the, in fact, we should only check for 1, 2 and 5. So n is equals to 8. Now tell me about n is equals to, and mostly we need to check for the second option, that is 9. If you put n is equals to 9, is it satisfying? First of all that. So 60 by 9. 60 by 9. 9 4s are 36, 9 5s are 9 6s are. 54. So put 60 by 9. 9 5s are 45. 9 6s are 54. 6 point something. So this is coming out as 6 at n is equals to 9. And from 9 again it is 6 point something, 6 point something, they are equal. If you put 8, then what will happen? 8 if you put 8 7s are 56, and if you put 8, it is 8 6s are 48. So this is not equal. So this is not correct. See, 8 is not correct. So P should match with 2. Okay. Now this option Q, the minimum value of n for which this is an increasing function. Not for this to be an increasing function, this is a constant. G dash x, can anybody tell me? This is 2n minus 15 and n plus 1, and this is 3x square plus 3, which is a positive quantity. You just want this to be positive. So n should be less than minus 1 but greater than 15 by 2. This is which case? Q. So greater than 7.5, just greater than 15 by 2, 7.5 is 8. 8 is the correct answer. So Q is having 1. Q is having 1. So Q1. P2, Q1. I think P2 and Q1 is only there. P2 and Q1 is only there in option B. That is why option B is absolutely correct. Now you can check for R also. See, if you differentiate, you will realize that x minus 3 is going to come common. X minus 3 power should be an odd number. N minus 1 should be an odd number. N minus 1 should be an odd number. That means n will be an even number. So n can either be 8, 6 or 10 if at all. So you R cannot match with 2 and 3. R cannot match with 2. R can only match with this. So R will be 4 only. Okay, so R will be 4 only. By option elimination, if you see, R will be 4 only. And the S part, can you see that number of x naught, such that how many x naught are there, such that it is not differentiable. See, cos is always differentiable. It starts with k is equals to 0. So sine mod x plus sine mod x minus 1 plus sine mod x minus 2 and last sine mod x minus 4. So there are 5 points. Clearly 5 points. Sine mod x, it is non-differentiable at x equals to 0. Non-differentiable at x equals to 1, 2, 3 and 4. 5 points. So S is having 3 as the correct option. So can you see that this is also clear, telling me that B is the absolutely right option. And now let's talk about the last question of the day, everybody. Last question, and then your physics paper 1 discussion will be there. Okay, yes. So W vector is given to you. Okay, W vector is given to you, and U and V be two vectors such that U cross V is equals to W. Actually, this question is also a very easy question. U cross V is equals to W. Can I do one thing over here? Can I just take a dot product with U? If I take dot product with U, the left hand side will be 0, and this is W dot U is equals to 0. W dot U is equals to 0. Here also, if you take dot with V vector, so 0 is equals to U dot V. And if you take dot with V vector over here, then V dot W is also 0. What does that mean? V, W and U are mutually perpendicular vectors, my dear students. Now, the question has become extremely easy. U vector is this, okay? And they are talking about V square. So, what we are going to do is, I am going to take modulus in the very first thing. So, mod U, mod V, sine, now angle between U I think we are done with this question. Okay. P, option P, v square, easily you can get v is equals to 1. And here, from here, you can just say that if at all w dot u is 0, dot product is 0, what does that mean? That simply means that your t is coming out as 2. If t is 2, then 2 plus 3 is equals to 5, everybody. Yes, yes, yes. So I think with this particular question, we are done with mathematics section. And now I'll be calling Shreya sir. Yes. Yes. So physics part is going to get started. Okay. I am ending.
Good afternoon, my dear J Warriors. Let me know quickly if I'm audible and visible to all of you. Yes, everyone. Hi, Khil Chetu, Kirtana, Sakit. Welcome, J Aspirant Bhanu, Yamini, Satya, Raghuram, Salah. Welcome, Sai. Welcome, Siva. Good evening. Yes, looks like I am audible and visible to all of you. Perfecto. Okay. So let's get to the physics paper. I think maths paper was tough, and I'll also give you a separate video on the entire paper analysis and the expected cutoff. So you need to wait for that because we have to solve paper 2 also. But yeah, we will not solve all the steps. I'll just give you the idea of how to solve the questions, most of it, and we'll be also sharing the PDF, but I will help you with the all the questions. Okay, how nice the concepts were, and the physics paper was really good. Some questions were very straightforward, very few questions, but there were some really good questions also. Okay, and there are some controversial questions as well. Let me tell you, most of the YouTube channels have given wrong answers because we started receiving messages, sir, is this answer this? Because I think the answer should be that. The immediate effect was we checked our answers, and most of the YouTube channels have also given some wrong answers in some cases. So let me give you that particular clarity also. Okay. Yep. So for EAP SAT, as of now, no, my dear. Okay, so let's begin with the first section. Okay, this section I believe had one option correct, and it also had negative mark, but not many marks positive, just 3 marks. Okay, so 3 marks for the correct answer, no marks for wrong, for not attempting, and -1 for any other situation. So the first situation, sorry, the first question was this, where I think there was a spring given, and there is a small, I think a disc of radius r which is attached inside a big I think a ring whose radius is capital R. Now what happens is this spring, I believe, is compressed. This ball or this disc also rolls without slipping, and what happens is in the equilibrium the disc is in the bottom, but now when you press it and leave it, it will roll like this and climb up again. It will roll like this and go like this, so it will go back and forth. Friction, even if it is there for preventing slipping, it will not do work. So energy is conserved, keep that in mind, and it will keep performing oscillations. Question is, the time period of oscillation is this much. What is omega? Basically the angular frequency of oscillation is what they have asked, and there were some options given, and based on these options we have to solve the particular question. Well, so the logic goes like this. First of all, see, my dear students, imagine that same sphere, imagine that same disk, whatever, is somewhere at this particular point or this particular point, it doesn't matter. Let's say it's over here, and the angle made with the vertical, let's say it is this theta. It is basically example theta over here. This is theta, and this theta will keep changing, so there will be also omega over here, and there will be also something called as alpha, which is angular acceleration over here. At the same time, keep that in mind, this disk will also keep rotating. It will also have its own angular velocity, I will call it omega prime, and it will also have its own angular acceleration, I'll call it alpha prime. Now, why am I putting primes? Because see, this angle is measured with the vertical with respect to the center of the disk. Whereas this omega 1 or this alpha prime, what are these? These are angular velocities with respect to the center. Understand that. So this alpha and omega are with respect to this center. This omega prime and alpha prime are with respect to this particular center over here. Did you understand the difference? So the angles with the vertical, angular velocity with respect to the vertical, angular acceleration with the vertical will be different from those velocities and accelerations with respect to the center of the disk. It will have different radius, so it will have different values. Is that clear, everyone? Give me a thumbs up till this point. Okay, I think we need to figure that relationship out. The reason being, I'll tell you, eventually what will happen is we have to somehow show theta and alpha, they are related to each other. Okay, you have to somehow show that this particular theta which is there and this particular alpha which is there, they are related to each other by this particular equation. Remember, alpha is nothing but minus angular frequency. This is not omega, which is angular speed. This is angular frequency, be careful, angular frequency square multiplied by theta. So from this you will get your frequency angular frequency, whatever it is, okay, and from that you will get whatever the answer that is required, whatever that answer which is required out of these options. But the problem is, how the hell do I prove this? How do I get this particular relationship? Okay, now if I may draw the forces on that particular disk right over here, say right over here, what are the different forces acting on that disk? Well, one is mg, which will be split into two components, one here and other like this. Then obviously there is normal like that, and obviously there will be some kind of friction which will act like this. Okay, so these are the only forces which will act. So let me start labeling them right away. So friction, normal, mg sine theta, this sine theta, and you will have mg cos theta also like that. These are the only forces. Apart from that, there will be linear acceleration which will be like this, and there will be angular acceleration which we have already assumed in the previous slide, which was alpha prime, which was nothing but alpha prime. Is that fine? Everybody till this point absolutely clear? Okay, now if I write the equation of torque about this point of contact, so if I write the net torque about the point of contact, net torque about the point of contact, that will be the moment of inertia of that disk about that particular point P multiplied by alpha prime. Is that right? Torque is equal to I alpha, as simple as that. What will be the moment of inertia of the disk? Think about it. Not about the center, about that point of contact. Why point of contact? Because friction torque and normal torque both will be simultaneously zero. And why do I want the torque to be zero? Because I don't know the frictional force nor the normal force as of now. So why to unnecessarily bring more variables? So to ease out the calculations, we can choose a convenient point wherever we want. So moment of inertia of the disk will be mr square, but this r will be the small r. So m small r square by 2 plus parallel axis theorem. So mr square, because I'm shifting from the center to the outer periphery at a distance of r. And then we'll have alpha prime over here. What is the torque? Normal is not giving torque, friction is not giving torque, only mg sine is giving torque. So it will be just nothing but r mg sine theta. But do not forget, there was one more thing, the spring was there. So the spring will also give a force. The spring will also give a force. Is that right? So one more force which will come over here is the spring force. One more force which will come over here is basically the spring force. So let me put it over here. So the spring force, it will get extended. So the spring force, which will be the constant multiplied by the extension, which is happening in this particular scenario. Constant is K. How much is the extension of the spring? How much is the extension of the spring? Well, it is exactly this much amount. Check this out. It is exactly this much amount. Now, how much is the length of this arc? So that's it. So the extension is basically the length of that particular arc, which is radius, which is not complete r, it is r minus r. Be careful. It will be r minus r multiplied by theta. Is that clear? Because complete r will be this much. This is small r, the radius of the disk. So from R, if you subtract R, this much will be R minus R. So that is the reason why we need to put where is it? K into extension, which is nothing but capital R minus small r. So when I write the spring force torque, that will also act from the same center of that particular disk. So be careful about it. Okay. So RMG sine theta plus what else is there? RMG sine theta plus what else will be there, guys? Yep. Correct. You'll have the spring forces torque, which will be again small r multiplied by the spring force, which is K into capital R minus R into theta. So this is your complete expression. The only problem is alpha prime. Please remember, alpha prime is not the second derivative of theta, because alpha prime will be the second derivative of theta double prime. So that is something which you need to understand. Here we want alpha, we don't want alpha prime. Alpha prime is about the center of the disk or the angular acceleration of the disk, whereas alpha is the angular acceleration with respect to the center of the ring, that big circle. There are two different alphas, keep that in mind. So how do I find the relationship? Let's think over here, okay, carefully. If you look at this guy's velocity of the center, velocity of the center of that particular disk. There are two ways to go about it. I can write it as small r into this omega because it is rolling. So I can just write it as small r into omega prime. Or if I look at it from this perspective, it is also having omega and the distance is r minus r. So it will be omega multiplied by r minus r. Both are the same things. V is r into omega or it is r into this omega. Whether you look at the small circle or the big circle, the actual linear velocity will be the same. Tangential velocity is r omega. Is that fine, everyone? Okay. So now imagine I differentiate this. Imagine I take the derivative in the next step. I take the derivative in the next step. What will happen, guys? Basically here r will come outside. This will be d omega prime by dt. What is the d omega prime by dt? It will be nothing but alpha prime. Now do the same thing on this side, guys. Do the same thing on this side. It will be r minus r is a constant, comes outside. It will be d omega by dt. What is a d omega by dt? It is nothing but alpha. It is nothing but this alpha. Oh, so I found the relationship. So we got the value of alpha prime. What is alpha prime? It is nothing but capital R minus small r into alpha divided by small r. Is that right? So quite lengthy question. So even though it is a single correct and it's just going to fetch you 3 marks, so much of effort is there. So once I get alpha prime, let's substitute it over here. Let's substitute it over here. What is alpha prime? Alpha prime is r minus r into alpha. So r minus r into alpha divided by small r, and rest of the things will be as it is. This will be 3 by 2 m small r square, and here sine theta will be theta small angle, so r mg theta plus r k r minus r into theta. In fact, I can take theta as common, that will be better. So this whole thing multiplied by theta. Clearly it is of this form. Clearly it is of this form, guys. You can already start seeing it. Theta is there on one side, alpha is there on one side. Yeah, forget the negative symbol because it just says that it is restoring. So if you ignore that particular fact and if you just consider magnitude of alpha will be just angular frequency square into theta, immediately comparing this, you will get the answer. Comparing this, you will get the answer, and the answer comes out to be A, basically root of 2 by 3 g by r minus r plus k by m. Okay, guys, understood how to solve this? Pakka? Let me know. Yes, Siva Prasad, the answer is A, definitely. Yep. Okay. If you had not attempted this question, that's perfectly fine. This is slightly lengthier, on the lengthier side, but yes, and it involved lot of tricks, definitely. But there were, what to say, there were also very much more trickier questions which came on the way. Okay, so I'll show you that. Yeah, in single correct only there were much more trickier questions. So let's go to the Next question, guys. Yes, I think this question only. See, this was again difficult question. This was on collisions, okay, and this was on the scattering experiment. Collisions. This mass collides with the stationary mass obliquely, and then they go like that. See, we know a theorem which says that if the two masses are equal and they undergo elastic collision, one of them being at rest, then they move perpendicular to each other. So immediately you might have jumped and thought the answer is 90 degree, but 90 degree is not even there in the answer. And remember, that is only valid when the masses are equal, first of all. Here the masses are not equal. This is 2m and m. Okay, keep that in mind. And guesswork won't work. So you need to be little bit careful. So in order to do this question, we need to use the concept of relative velocity, and there is a silent killer chapter. Many times before I have told this, that silent killer chapter is nothing but center of mass. You never understand that suddenly center of mass will come, and with respect to center of mass, things become easier. But to think that center of mass will work is the most trickiest part. It is just out of sheer spontaneity or luck that one would have thought about it. Yes, you can apply momentum conservation equation, and from that, what can you even say? See, for example, even if you apply momentum conservation equation, you will not get anything as significant. So, best thing to do is go with a relative frame, and in that relative frame, we will try to figure out what is the velocity of this mass, or rather, what angle is this velocity making with respect to that horizontal line in terms of some vectors, and maybe we can maximize it somehow or the other. So how to do that? Let's see. First of all, if you look at the velocity of the center of mass, that will be m1 v1 plus m2 v2 upon m1 plus m2. So m1 is 2m, velocity 1 I think is given to be something, not given, actually we can just assume it. Let's say it is v naught or something, plus m2 into v2. It is not having any velocity, it is at rest. So divided by total mass, so 2m plus m. So this will be nothing but 2v naught by 3. Now this velocity of center of mass, this is very, very important, is going to be constant, before and after the collision. Before and after the collision. This is the most important thing. Before and after the collision, the center of mass will not change the velocity. Yes, individual particles might change the directions, whatever, but they will not change the center of mass velocity. Okay, so let's redraw the same diagram in the center of mass frame. So if you understand carefully, center of mass, if you look at it from the center of mass frame, okay, if you look everything from the center of mass frame, since center of mass itself is moving with 2v naught by 3, then what will be the relative speed of 2m mass? Think about it. Center of mass is moving by 2 by 3v. This mass was actually moving with v naught. So what will be the relative speed? Think logically, guys. Think what will be the relative speed if this is basically v naught, and we got that the center of mass has a velocity of 2v naught by 3. This obviously was at rest. Yes, what is the relative speed? Take the subtraction, v naught by 3, everyone. Everybody put up the answer in the chat box quickly. Yes, v naught by 3. Perfect. Yep, awesome. So let's say that this guy now has a velocity of v naught by 3. What about this guy? This was at rest. You are approaching him with 2 by 3. You are approaching with a 2 by 3. So for center of mass, the rest mass will appear to come towards the center with the same speed, 2v by 3. So this will be approaching like this with a speed of 2v naught by 3. Okay. Now what happens later on? Let's have a look at it. So again, let's draw the relative frame. I will not confuse you over here. So this is again from the center of mass. This mass of 2m, whereas this mass of m. Now this mass 2m will have a velocity somewhere else. I don't know where, maybe making some angle, but that will not be theta with respect to center of mass. See, theta is with respect to the ground frame. Okay, but when you're in the center of mass frame, the velocity might make a different angle. So don't make that stupid mistake of assuming it as theta. So in that new frame, it is making some new angle. Even this mass might go somewhere here. Who knows? I'm just chumma saying. Okay. And maybe the angle is beta or something. Okay. Now, I think it is given that it is an elastic collision somewhere. Yes, perfectly elastic. This is the most important statement. It is a perfectly elastic collision. So what do you think will happen? See, there is one very interesting theory. And we have discussed this very rarely, because very rarely questions come on that. And it says that the total kinetic energy of the system is the kinetic energy of the center of mass plus the total kinetic energy of the system with respect to the center of mass. So imagine two masses are moving. So if you sit on the center of mass, with respect to that, you might see the masses moving. That is the relative kinetic energy. And the center of mass itself, where the entire mass is assumed to be concentrated, that will have its own kinetic energy. If you add them, the relative plus the center of mass's kinetic energy, you will get the total kinetic energy of the system. That is the theorem, that is a property, standard. How many of you know this? If you don't know it, now you are getting to know it. So how does this play a role? Center of mass speed is constant. Does that ring a bell now? Center of mass velocity is constant. That means kinetic energy of the center of mass is 100% going to be a constant. That is number one. Okay. Why is that? It's only because VCOM is a constant. Second thing, what does it say here? Perfectly elastic collision. If it is a perfectly elastic collision, then total kinetic energy of the system must also be a constant. Why? Because it is elastic collision. Oh, perfect. So what is remaining now? What is remaining? If this is constant, it naturally means that this should therefore be also the same. It should also be a constant. It should not change before and afterwards. Did you understand the logic? If you are in the center of mass frame, their kinetic energies would not change in the center of mass frame. Oh, this is amazing, sir. In the center of mass frame, the kinetic energies will not change, and kinetic energy is a scalar quantity. Kinetic energy, remember, is a scalar quantity, which means that directions don't really matter for it. So directions don't matter for your observations. So which means that if this 2m mass had v0 by 3 speed, the speed of 2m later on will also be v0 by 3. Okay, you can say that. And this guy will also have a speed of 2v0 by 3. This is all later on. Is this absolutely clear, my dear students? Everybody fine till this particular point? Everybody fine till this particular point? Yep. Why the speeds are still the same? Because even after the collision, with respect to the center of mass, the kinetic energy should be same. So wherever it goes, direction never matters for kinetic energy. So yep. So it will just be the same values as before with center of mass frame. Oh, perfect. So what now, sir? So what? See, if you look at this particle of mass 2m, then using the relative velocity concept, now observe this. This is very important again. The velocity of 2m, this is with respect to the ground frame, will be, observe, velocity of center of mass plus what? The velocity of 2m with respect to the center of mass. Interesting. It's natural. If Champa's velocity with respect to ground has to be calculated, I look at Pandu, I'll ask Pandu, what is your velocity? And then I'll ask Pandu, what is that you are seeing Champa doing? So Champa's velocity with respect to Pandu plus Pandu's velocity will be the total velocity of Champa. Same way over here, the velocity of this 2m is center of mass's velocity plus what the center of mass is seeing relatively. So that's it. So if I use that logic, center of mass velocity, well, that's nothing but, how much was it? How much was the velocity of center of mass? We calculated it, right? 2v naught by 3. Okay. So that was nothing but 2v naught by 3. So that is nothing but 2v naught by 3. Then velocity of 2m with respect to center of mass, that's over here. So let me just put it like this. Okay. So that is nothing but, how much did we get it? V naught by 3. So this was V naught by 3. So I'll just put V naught by 3, making some angle alpha. Alpha is variable, it can be anything. So from this, I will get the net velocity of 2m, and whatever is this net velocity, that is going to be making angle theta with respect to ground. Now, if you notice what the question is really, it says, I want maximum theta. I want maximum value of theta. So guys, the length of this vector can't be changed. Length of this vector can't be changed, but this angle can be changed. So think, how do I make theta maximum? I want to make theta maximum. Just try to mentally rotate this alpha in your head. Yes, just try to mentally rotate this alpha in your head. You will immediately get the answer, guys. Just check this out. If imagine this alpha was bare minimum like this, versus like this, versus like this, versus maybe like this, versus maybe like this. Chuma, I'm taking some random examples. And now you show the resultant, maybe like this, or maybe like this, or maybe like this, or maybe like this. And then there comes a point where it starts again reducing and it goes down. So when it is maximum, what is it that you are seeing? When the angle made is maximum, yes, this particular length is perpendicular to that green line. Yep, that is what is happening, guys. Observe it carefully. So you will see that this particular thing, which is 2v naught by 3 as it is, you will notice this thing to be here, which is having a value of how much? V naught by 3. And the final thing will be over here, making angle theta such that it will be perpendicular. This is when this is the maximum value. How many of you got it just from this diagram? Give me a heart symbol in the chat box right away, right now. Did you understand why theta will be maximum? Did you love this concept? Isn't it amazing? Fabulous. Too good. Yep. Yes, sir. Perfecto, sir. So now what? Guys, this is a right angle triangle. Just use which ratio? This is opposite, this is hypotenuse. So use sine theta max will be opposite, which is V naught by 3 divided by 2 V naught by 3. 3 V naught cancels. So this will be half. So theta max will be, whose sine is half? 30 degree? 30 degrees, or basically pi by 6. Pi by 6 radian. Pi by 6 radian. Yes, perfect. So that is the answer, which is option D. Everybody got it, guys? So cool. Yes, Salah. 30 degrees. Yes, Siva. Very good, Saket. Awesome. Awesome. D. Yep. Yes, Rija. Beautiful. Moving on to the next question coming up on your screen. Okay, so we have basically a loop, square loop in the XZ plane, means vertical like this. How do I show it? Okay, so it is like this. Okay, this is your Z axis coming towards, sorry, X axis. Upwards is Z, horizontal here is Y. That's what they have given. And it is rotating like this. It is rotating like this. Okay, and magnetic field is upwards, but weird, like, look at this question. This is rotating. Okay, fine. But this magnetic field is also not constant. That is also changing. It's going up, it's again going down, again going up, going down. So that is also time varying magnetic field. Okay, that if that was not enough, this magnetic field is only there in Y more than 0. That means only on this side. On the left side, there is no magnetic field absolutely whatsoever. So only right side field, left side it's not there. That field is also changing, and this angle is changing. See, what happens then? The level becomes moderate. The level becomes moderate when it becomes so complex that actually it had a simple answer, because the question was how will the voltage change, fluctuate, you know. See, few options though you should have directly eliminated. Think about it, my dear students. Just imagine the magnetic field is only on your right side. There is no magnetic field here, okay? So when it rotates, here it is cutting some flux. Magnetic field lines are there. It is cutting. Okay, here also it will cut. Here also it will cut. Till this point it will cut. But after this, there is no field on this side. Understand? Only this side magnetic field was there. Only this side magnetic field was there. As soon as it reaches here, that's it, no field. So this coil for half a revolution will be inside no field, and for other half will be inside a magnetic field. So half time EMF, half time no EMF. So some options automatically get eliminated. Like which ones, guys? Tell me which options are eliminated. See, this is continuously generating, so 100% C will be eliminated or not. How can it generate continuously? C got eliminated. D probably there. B also got eliminated. B also got eliminated. Why? Why did B get eliminated? Tell me. Why did B get eliminated? Because how is it able to generate continuously? There must be a break. There must be zero somewhere. Next, over here and over here, can you get rid of something? No. See, exactly this is half a revolution. So this pi by omega to 2 pi by omega is half revolution, 0. Pi by omega, 2 pi by omega, yes, that is also 0. So there is no other option but to actually start solving it now. Okay, it's not that difficult like it looks. Let me just probably show it over here. See, as soon as that loop turns, right? If you look at the loop, if you look at the loop over here, and if you look at it in the, what is this? This is Y, this is Z. The loop has turned like this. So there is a area vector associated with it. That area vector will be making an angle like this. I mean, it will be perpendicular to that. Correct? It will be perpendicular to that. So think like this. How much will this particular angle be? This angle will be nothing but omega into t. So even this green arrow mark would have also turned exactly by an angle of omega into t, by an angle of omega into t. So that is your area vector. And I think they have mentioned what is the width, length, or whatever. Okay, conducting hinged. Okay, B naught starts rotating. Is the length mentioned somewhere? Maybe it will be mentioned. I don't know. Somewhere it will be mentioned. Okay, we don't have to worry about that length, even if it is not given. Just assume it. So this is, let's say, the area vector, or you can just say it will be L into L, which is nothing but L square. So that is the area. And the magnetic field as such, is in this direction. This is crazy. So the magnetic field is in the y direction. So whenever you want to find EMF, you need flux. So for flux, you need field and area vector. So what angle is this? What angle is this? This particular angle, my dear students, that is pi by 2 minus omega t. So when you try to calculate the flux, it will be magnetic field into area, which is L square, into cos theta, which is cos of pi by 2 minus omega t, which is sine omega t. So BL square sine omega t. But B itself is a function. What function? Cos function. So B naught cos omega t. So this will be nothing but B naught cos omega t. This will be L square. And then you have sine omega t over here. So what you can do, you can take B naught L square, divide by 2 and multiply by 2. This will be sine omega t into cos omega t. Now what is this, guys? Sine theta cos theta. What is sine theta cos theta? 2 sine theta cos theta. Yes, it is sine 2 theta. So basically it will be B naught L square by 2 sine of 2 omega t. So that is your flux. but that is not what is asked. The question is EMF. So EMF is the rate of change of the flux magnitude wise. I'm just interested in the magnitude. So this will be nothing but B naught L square by 2 sine 2 omega t's derivative will be cos 2 omega t multiplied by 2 omega. That's all. So it will be a cos function. It will be a cos function for sure. So this is a sine function. Can you see that? Gone. This is a cos function with double the frequency. So 100% it should be A option. This is sine 2 omega t function. This is cos 2 omega t function. So cos 2 omega t function perfectly matches our requirement. So option A is the right answer. Yes, correcto. A is the right answer. Very good. Proud of all of you guys. Proud of all of you. Awesome. So see, some questions are easy. It looked very difficult, but it was not actually so difficult. So it was moderate. So this was also moderate question on vernier caliper, if I'm not wrong. And there is no zero error, like you can see. But when you measure the diameter, then this is the diagram. And the question is, what is the diameter of the tube will be in centimeters? So guys, direct question, guys, quickly. Zero error is zero. So there is no zero error, at least that would have complicated it. No zero error in this question. Here, check how many divisions of vernier are there coinciding with how many divisions of the main scale. 1, 2, 3. So if you start from here, 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. And main scale divisions, guys, this is 0, this is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 7. So 7 millimeters on main scale is equal to 10 divisions of vernier scale. Therefore, one division of vernier scale will be 7 millimeters has been divided into 10 parts. 7 millimeters has been divided into 10 parts. So each division of the vernier scale will be 7 divided by 10 millimeters, which is 0.7 millimeters. Now, what do you do next? Think about it, my dear students. We need to find the least count. So what is the least count formula? The least count of that vernier caliper will be modulus of two things. Modulus of two things. The one division of vernier scale minus one division of main scale. One division of main scale is obviously 1 millimeter. One division of vernier scale we found out to be 0.7 millimeter. So least count will be 0.3 millimeter. Okay. So now we'll find the final reading. The final reading is nothing but no zero error. So it's simple. Main scale reading MSR plus least count into the coinciding division. Coinciding division of vernier caliper. Main scale reading. This is your main scale reading, which is basically 1 millimeter. The division which has been properly crossed from the vernier scale, if you see perspective, this has crossed. Yes, so it is basically 1 millimeter for sure. Least count is nothing but 0.3 millimeter. And which division of the vernier scale is coinciding? Oh, this is the first division only of the vernier scale which is coinciding, luckily. So this is into 1. So this will be nothing but 1.3 millimeters, but I saw centimeters. So this will be 0.13 centimeters. 1.3 millimeters is 0.13 centimeters, which is C option, I believe. Yes, C option. That is the correct answer. Okay, everyone. Perfecto. C answer. How do we get it? These are direct formulas. This was very, I would say, decent. I wouldn't even call it moderate actually, but yeah, still some students might make some mistake over there. Okay, going on to the next section. This was MCQ type. Crazy part was there was negative mark in MCQ. Yes, there are partial marks, but if you mark the correct options only, for example, imagine there is a question which has A, B and D options correct. If you mark A, B, D, you will get full marks. If you mark A and B, you will get 2 marks. If you just mark A, then you will get 1 mark. But if you mark A, B, C was not correct, but still you marked, even though A and B are correct, you will get -2 marks. Understood? So be careful in such questions. You might make some mistakes. Okay, what was the question? I can see one coil or loop and it is going inside a magnetic field, but magnetic field I believe is constant. It is upwards in the Z direction. This is Z, this is Y. Towards you is X. The loop side is L and the loop starts entering the field with the initial speed as shown. Considering the quantity something, the self-inductance and gravity are ignored. Okay, which of the following statements are correct? So think what will happen as soon as this loop enters the field, it will start entering the flux, and because the flux is changing, there will be EMF, there will be current, and that current will experience a force which will try to retard it, just like what happens in eddy currents. So any conducting coil or conductor thrown inside a field, it will start losing energy and it takes usually infinite amount of time for it to stop. Why does it take infinite amount of time to stop? Think logically. Because every time you go in, there is a resistance and that resistance will usually be dependent on your speed. Why? Because the faster you go, more EMF, more current, more force, more acceleration, that means faster you will decelerate. So once you decelerate, your speed is less, EMF less, current less, force less, acceleration less, speed also will not decrease so fast. So it will take more and more time for the speed to reduce as you enter the field. So it will not truly become zero. It takes a very, very long time for the speed to become zero. Do you know these kind of things which happens in these kind of problems, everyone? Yeah. So let's have a look. If this is this, when the complete loop is inside, the net force acting on the loop is zero. This is anyways going to be true. This is like obvious. See guys, when you are completely inside, no matter what loop is there, the net force acting on any loop in a uniform field is always zero, is always big fat zero once it is completely inside. So this was anyways going to be correct. When V naught is equal to this, the loop comes to rest. When V naught is equal to this, the loop enters the region. See guys, I have a problem with option C. Do you realize that a problem with option C? It says after this time the loop comes to rest. I just told you the loop will never come to rest time wise. So it takes infinite time. So C option is also wrong. Doesn't matter what is written. It takes infinite time to stop completely. It takes infinite time to stop. Now these are the other options. If V naught is equal to this, complete loop enters the region at a time. Okay, and if V naught is equal to this, the loop will stop before it enters completely inside. See guys, there is another problem here. The loop will stop before it enters completely inside. It cannot stop before it enters inside. In fact, even if it is completely inside, it will not stop. So A and C options anyways get eliminated. A and C options are anyways going to be eliminated. Now comes only option D that you can check, guys. It is not that difficult. See, when that particular loop which is there, once it enters partially inside, okay, and let's say it has some velocity V, so the EMF will be BLV, current will be BLV by resistance. So there will be a force which will try to retard it. That force will be like this because the current will be like that. So there will be a force which will try to retard it, which will be IL into B. Current is BLV by resistance into L into B. So this force will be B square L square into V divided by resistance. From that, we can also figure out the retardation, and retardation is force by mass by Newton's law. Therefore, acceleration will be B square L square divided by Rm, the whole thing into V. So this is one of the important equations, and I can see one thing is given, B square L square by Rm is assumed to be K. So they have already told assume this as K. So acceleration is k times of v. But all this was actually speaking magnitude wise. If you look at it vector wise, it is negative because it is opposite to the direction of velocity. Why? Because acceleration is opposite to the velocity. That is the reason why I should technically put negative sign. Now it's all about solving it, guys. It's just about solving it because there is only one option. V is equal to 3kl. Then when the loop enters inside, what is the what is it? At what time does it enter? So you can write acceleration is nothing but dv by dt is equal to minus k times of v. Okay, and we do not know with what speed will it enter. So I can do one thing, dv by dx. So there is a very interesting thing which I can do over here. I can just write dv by dx into dx by dt is equal to minus k into v. This and this gets cancelled, so dv will be equal to minus k dx. So when you integrate here and here, initial velocity is v naught, final velocity is v. Initially it is 0. When it completely enters inside, it is L. So v minus v naught will be minus k into L minus 0. So from this you will get v is equal to v naught minus kl. But I think v naught value they had mentioned somewhere. How much is it? 3kl. So, oops, sorry. What is it? This is basically 3kl. Assume. So this will be minus kl. So v will be basically 2kl. 2k multiplied by length. Okay. Now use this and find out the time. Now use this and find out the time, because dv will be minus, or dv by v will be minus k into t. Okay. Now integrate here and here. But before that, what is correct? We have to integrate here and here. So this will be log of v minus, and this will be k into what will be the limits. Okay. Initially time will be 0, finally the time will be t. Initially the speed will be v naught, finally the speed will be v. That's all. So here it will be k into t minus 0. Here we have to put the limits, which is v naught and v. So substitute that. So it will be log of v minus log of v naught is equal to minus kt. V value you put it as 2kl, and v naught value you put it as 3kl. And I think you will get the answer. Log a minus log b is log a by b and all of that. So this will be ln 2 by 3 is equal to minus kt and all of that. So it will be an exponential form. Yes, I think I can see that number 3 by 2 and everything. So yes, definitely D option is also going to be correct, guys. So the only options which are correct are B and D. That's how you do it. Okay, few options could be eliminated directly. Few options could be eliminated directly. That is the best part about the problem. How many of you basically, eliminated C and A and selected B? So at least partial mark easily you could have got. So MCQ surprisingly is easier here. Okay, even that previous MCQ, no, this was the first MCQ only. Okay, so moving on to the next question, guys. Length, breadth and thickness of a strip are measured to be this. Which of the following options give the volume of the strip in correct significant figures? Say volume is length into breadth into height. So this volume, right, the significant figures is going to be the least of the significant figures in length or breadth or height. So out of the three, whichever has the least significant figures, the final answer should also contain that many significant figures. So let's have a look carefully. 10.5, this has three significant figures. 0.05, it has only one significant figure. These two zeros before that is never to be counted, even though it is after the decimal. But remember, it's a number less than 1, so the zeros before the non-zero are never to be counted as significant. But if there is already a non-zero number and after the decimal a 0 comes, then both of them become significant. So guys, this has two significant digits. So out of the three, who is the least? Obviously 1 is the least of the significant figure. So the final answer should also have one significant figure. This has 2, this has 3, this has 2, this has 1. So don't even solve it, directly mark the answer as D. Yeah. How many of you did that? If you're smart enough, without calculating, don't have to multiply these crazy numbers 10.5 into 0.05 into 6. Why do you want to do that? Directly, there is only one option. That's it. Mark it and you're done. Even if you multiply it, you will have to again round it off, ignore those uh, digits, right? And then again correct it into the proper form. Why do you want to do that? How many of you did this like this? Yep. Give me a thumbs up. How many of you have done it in this particular manner, guys? Wow, very good if you have done it like this. Okay, moving on to the next question on your screen. Here it is. What does it say? It says there are multiple strings of different densities, and okay, S1 and S2 are connected at point P and Q, whereas S2 and S3 are connected to at point Q. Okay, other end is connected to a wall. A wave is generated, is connected to the free end of S1. The wave generator is corresponding by this. The appropriate dimensions. Which of the following statements are correct? It is a cos function. Okay, we'll keep that in mind. Okay, y is equal to y naught cos kx minus omega t. This is basically incident wave. Cos omega t minus kx. Sorry, omega t minus kx. We have to use the same thing. So, omega t minus kx. Now, as this wave enters from where? A wave is generator O, so it is generated over here. And it moves towards the right side. It will encounter point P, then it will encounter point Q, and then it will get reflected from that wall. Tell me one thing, what is it that remains the same everywhere? What is it that remains the same everywhere? Come on. What is it that remains the same? Yes, it is the frequency, right? So the frequency remains the same. So the frequency is going to be the same everywhere. So make use of that fact. Frequency is nothing but speed of the wave, or v, into lambda will be the same, and speed of the wave is nothing but root of tension by mu into lambda will be the same. Not just that, frequency and tension of that string will also be the same everywhere. So therefore, I can just say lambda by root mu is going to be the same, or basically lambda is directly proportional to root mu. Lambda is directly proportional to root mu. That is one way of looking at it. So, if at all the wavelength over here was lambda, here the mass per unit length has become 4 times. So, root of 4 is 2. So, the wavelength will become 2 times. So, over here 100% it will be 2 times of lambda. Frequency will be the same. Keep that in mind. What about here? 16. Root of 16 is 4. So it here become basically 4 times. So here it will be 4 times of lambda. But if you talk about the number k, which is the angular wave number, do not forget this k is inversely proportional to lambda. So it is 2 pi by lambda. So if the wavelength doubles, k will become half. So this will become k by 2. Correct? And if it becomes 4 times, this will become basically k by 4. This will become k by 4. Is this right, everyone? Everybody? Yep. Okay. Clear? All right. Okay. Perfecto. Perfecto. Great. Yes. Clear till this point? Okay. Now, let's look at the options. Some options you can probably start eliminating it. Okay, some options might not be so easy to eliminate. Now I can see wave reflects from P, wave transmits through P, the wave reflects from Q, the wave transmits through Q. Okay. Now, see guys, couple of things. If you have a wave and let's say that particular wave is going towards the right side, then this will be omega t plus, sorry, not plus, minus kx. It will be omega t minus kx inside the cos term. Whereas if it is going towards negative side, then the term will be omega t plus kx. Number one thing. This is one of the important concepts over here. Second thing, if you are going from a rare to dense medium, okay, you are going from a rare to dense medium. Let's see what happens. So one second, this wave is there, and let's see over here, this is dense medium. Okay, this over here is dense medium. So this wave was going like this. Okay, and this is before and this is afterwards. This is before and this is afterwards. Observe this. If a wave is going from rare to dense, then the reflected wave is always inverted in phase. This is reflected. This is incident. It is always inverted in phase. Whereas the one which is transmitted is in the same phase. This is the one which is going to be transmitted, which is always going to be in the same phase. Is this clear? Rare to dense medium, this is what happens. So if you go back, look at the options. When a wave reflects back from Q, when it is coming back, it should have omega t plus kx, 100%. So I do not see that plus, I'm seeing that minus over here. This is one major big red flag. So 100% C option is wrong. If it is reflecting, it should be plus. Is that clear? If it is reflecting, it should be plus. It is transmitting, it should be minus. 100%, this seems to be fine, but I don't know about other things. We'll come to that. When the wave reflects from P for the first time, okay, I can see again minus term over here. This also seems to be, sorry, plus over here. If it is coming back, it should have plus term, okay. If it is transmitting, it should have minus. That means it's going this side. Yes, this is minus, okay. This is also fine. All right, till this point, we are able to eliminate at least C option. Now, if it is transmitting through P for the first time, the transmitted wave represented is this much. I can see K has not changed, but I just saw K should change. K should change, guys, when it transmits from P. The value of K should change. Can you see over here? When it is transmitting, the transmitted waves K has not changed. So B option gets eliminated. Is this absolutely clear? So now we are left with only A and D. So when the wave reflects from P for the first time, is this the equation? Let's have a look. When it reflects from P, it will be inverted in phase. So inversion of phase means, what does the inversion of phase means? Inversion of phase, crest becomes trough, trough becomes crest. Inversion of phase means you have to add plus pi inside those brackets. You have to add plus pi inside that brackets. Perfect. So pi radians is basically out of phase. So A option definitely correct. Omega t and kx, you are reflecting in the same medium. You are reflecting in the same medium. So K will be the same. Nothing will change. A option definitely is the right answer. Is this clear, everyone? Okay. Perfecto. Awesome. Great. Now, let's have a look at the last option. Okay, while doing this, we made a small boo-boo. Yes, we have done a small boo-boo. And what is that boo-boo, guys? We made a small mistake over here. The start only. Yeah. So this was K, nothing wrong over here. When frequency is same, I wrote speed into wavelength is constant. Sorry guys, V is F lambda. So F is V by lambda. So V by lambda will be the same. Instead of dividing, I multiplied because V is frequency into wavelength. So frequency will be speed by wavelength, okay? And speed is root of T by mu. And this is by lambda is going to be the same. So T is also the same. So lambda into root mu will be the same, or rather, I would say lambda is inversely proportional to root mu. So if it becomes 4 times, lambda will become, so think about it. If it becomes 4 times, lambda will become 1/4 of the time. So this will become lambda by 4. K, sorry, not lambda by 4. If mu becomes 4 times, root of 4 will be 2. So it will become lambda by 2. And if wavelength becomes half, K will be double. So this will become 2K. Lastly, on that this side, if mu has become 16 times, so root of 16 is 4. So this will become lambda by 4, but lambda becomes 4 times smaller, K will become 4 times more. So it should become 4K. So the final thing should have 4K, perfect. It is having minus, that is also perfect. And it is the transmitted wave from Q. It is the transmitted wave from Q. So the transmitted wave will not have any phase change. So that also seems to be perfectly fine. Everything is aligning as it is. So it is the right answer. Yes, Siva, that is absolutely correct. Very good, very good. Excellent. Okay. Moving on to the next couple of questions. This was A and D, guys. Yes, perfecto. This is next section number 3. Let's come to that. Here basically an equation of SHM is given and the platform is going up and down. Gravity is also given. The maximum variation of the object's weight as observed in the experiment is how much? See guys, I'll tell you one thing. When this is going up and down, there will be acceleration, which will be the second derivative of this. So this will be d square y by dt square, which will be 8 into d square of sine 2 pi by t into t. So when you take the second derivative, it will be 2 pi by t whole square. It's a minus sign over here into sine, because sine is cos, cos is sine, and you will have 2 pi by t into t. This is what the acceleration will be. To find the maximum acceleration, magnitude wise, it will be just this number because sine's maximum value is 1. So it will be 8 into 2 pi by t whole square. That is what the maximum acceleration will be. Why do I need the maximum acceleration? Because the normal will also have maximum and minimum values at maximum accelerations only. So in fact, the maximum value will be mg plus a max. Okay, so if you want, I'll write it like this: m into g plus a max, and the minimum value will be m into g minus a max. That is what it is. And usually the normal has to be mg. Usually normal has to be mg. But that is not the case. The reason is this particular platform is going up and down like that. It will have some acceleration. So any block or any object which is placed on it, it will experience some normal force. That normal force will keep on changing. And it will depend whether you are going up or coming down. So G plus A or G minus A. So when you solve this, let's see what do you exactly get. So after solving this, okay, you get the answer as, where is it? The variation, okay, that delta n, or rather I would say n max minus n minimum. When you do that, it will be nothing but mg cancels. You will get 2 times a max plus a minimum, or a max plus a max, which is 2 times of a max. Once again, I'll do it like this. So it will be m times of a max, sorry, plus m times of, because minus minus will become plus, so minus m times of A max. So it will become 2 times m times A max. So when you substitute it, you will get the answer as 2 newtons. But that is not the answer, because I think the question asks is the variation of the object's weight. What do you mean by the variation of the object's weight? See, if they ask you the difference between the extreme values, then whatever I found out is correct. But if they ask you variation, meaning, say for example, I tell you the normal force is 15 Newton plus minus 1 Newton. So from the mean value, it is varying up 1 and on the lower side 1 Newton. So the variation is 1. But the extreme values difference is 2 Newton. Because 16 and 14, the difference will be 2 Newton. That's a completely different story as compared to variation. So the variation is 1 Newton. So be careful over here. When you measure the variation that will be 1 Newton. But that is again debatable, because some people will say, how do you exactly define variation? It was not so clear. So you can definitely challenge it. But per my knowledge, this should be the answer, 1 Newton. Many YouTube channels have given the answer as 2 Newton, which seem to be wrong. Okay? Everybody, till this point, absolutely clear? Perfect. Okay. Shall we go ahead? All right, Sana, Sai, Kirtana got the answer as 2 MHSC. That is going to be slightly wrong. Okay? Because if it is the difference of the extreme values, that's correct. But if it is the variation, my body temperature is 98 Fahrenheit, but sometimes it becomes 99, sometimes it becomes 97. So what is the variation in the temperature? I will say plus minus 1 degree. So my variation is plus minus 1 degree. Remember that. You will not say the variation is 2 degrees. No, that's not correct. Got it? Is this absolutely clear? So that's something which many people got it wrong. Anyways, so you need to correct it accordingly. If you have mark 2, maybe you will get wrong answer. This is easy. Volume of the photons contains frequency if energy of all the photons is viewed as the average energy being contained in the electromagnetic waves within the same volume. Okay, so basically of unit volume, the energy of the photons per unit volume is equal to the energy density of electromagnetic wave. What is the energy density formula for an electromagnetic wave whose magnetic field amplitude is not given? Rather, we have to find it. What's the formula, guys? Half magnetic field amplitude square divided by mu naught, and over here this will be the number of photons per unit volume. Okay, number of photons per unit volume into energy of each photon, which is basically hf. Now this value is already given, which is nothing but 35 into 10 to the power 7. H is 6.6 or just 6 only. So 6 into 10 to the power minus 34. Frequency 10 to the power 15. Okay, is equal to half. B naught square is not known. So B naught is nothing but alpha into 10 to the power minus 9, the whole square, the whole thing divided by mu naught. Mu naught is 4 into pi. Pi is 22 by 7 into 10 to the power minus 7 for mu naught. Yep, that's the value, 4 pi into 10 to the power minus 7. Solving this, you will get the value of alpha. So you do that math and see if the answer comes out in this range. So 22.97, 22.98, around that range is what you will get the answer. Is that okay? Perfect. Shall we go ahead to the next question, my dear students? Perfecto. All right. Next question. What do we have? This question. This was a question on heat radiation. There are two plates, perfect black bodies in vacuum, absolute temperatures, equilibrium, with TQ being less than TP. So the hot body will radiate some heat. The radiated power transmitted per unit area from P to Q. So some people take it as net radiated power. Some people just took it as the just radiated power. So I think we should take it as net radiated power, because whenever they say the force acting on the body is 2 Newton, that means it is always the net force. It is not like just a singular force. Then find the acceleration. Okay, so you take the forces, okay, 5 Newton, the mass is this g, so acceleration is force by mass. So I feel we should take it as, the net radiated power, or just like, the velocity of a person moving on a or in the boat is so and so. It is always assumed that it is the net resultant velocity as seen from the stationary ground. So it's always the net resultant usually. So I will just take it as the net radiated power, because understand, P will be emitting some power, it will also be absorbing some power. So the net will be the difference of the emission minus the absorption. So it is, I am taking it as net radiation. Okay. Subsequently, 2 more plates are added, and then the power transferred is different. It is Ws. Earlier, this was the power. Now the power is Ws. So the question is, what is the ratio? 3 you marked. Why you marked 3? Ayo. Be careful. All right. Okay. Guys, please don't talk random things. Yeah, please concentrate on the class. Yeah. It took 5 minutes to solve. Let's see how many minutes will take. Not sure, guys. Okay. So first of all, over here, ayo, already one slide answer is also there. Okay. Anyways, so W naught, like between these two, see, it will be emitting something. It will also be absorbing something. The net is basically W naught, and that W naught is given to be nothing but sigma into Tp raised to 4 minus Tq raised to 4. This is nothing but your Stephen's law, Stephen-Boltzmann law, where this Tp is the temperature of the body and this Tq will be the temperature of the surrounding, isn't it? This is the temperature of the surrounding. K is basically your sigma, Stephen-Boltzmann constant. E is 1 because it is a black body. Area, we can take it per unit area. So W naught is emissive power, or whatever, that net power radiated per unit area. Okay, they have taken net radiated power per unit area. So everything is fine. We can just take it as a constant. Now, this is the first equation. Let's just mark this as equation number 1. Let's just mark it as equation number 1. Now, look over here. This is the crazy part. See, there will be some net radiated power here. Whatever power is radiated will also be falling here. That will also be radiated onto the next guy. Whatever will fall net on number 2 will also be net radiated onto the Q. So if this is Ws, this is also Ws, this is also going to be Ws. Is this absolutely clear? Because they are on in equilibrium. So whatever net is released, net is absorbed, net is released, net is absorbed, net is released, net is absorbed, because equilibrium is there. So whatever heat flow is there, in, heat flow is out. So because temperature is constant with time, so the heat in is equal to the heat which goes out. It is a steady state. So if you look over here, you will notice that Ws will be K times T1, or rather, what is it? Tp raised to 4 minus T1 raised to 4, which is also K times T1 raised to 4 minus T2 raised to 4, which is also K times T2 raised to 4 minus TQ raised to 4. That's it. This is the equation that we are getting. Everybody fine till this point? Yep. This is what we got. Great. So let's do one thing. Maybe we'll do one thing. How about getting rid of T1 and T2? So just look at these two equations and see what do you get. Just look at these two equations. You will get K into Tp raised to 4 minus K into T1 raised to 4 is equal to K into T1 raised to 4 minus k into minus k into t2 raised to 4. That's what I will get. Is that right? Just check this out. So what if I take t1 raised to 4 here and t2 raised to 4 here? So k has got cancelled. So tp raised to 4 plus t2 raised to 4 is 2 times t1 raised to 4. Just see if this is okay. This is one equation which I get. How about I tackle these two now? Somehow like that only. So I will get k into, or rather k is cancelled anyways. So k into t1 raised to 4 minus k into t2 raised to 4 is equal to k into t2 raised to 4 minus k into tq raised to 4. K cancels. Take t2 on the other side. So t1 raised to 4 plus tq raised to 4 is 2 times t2 raised to 4. This is another equation. Just check this out. Okay. Can we do something now? Can we do something now? T1, T2. We'll do one thing. We'll multiply by 2 times. We'll multiply this equation 2 times and see what will happen. So this will become 2 times Tp raised to 4 plus 2 times T2 raised to 4 is 4 times T1 raised to 4. Now you basically add both of them. What will happen when you add? This and this will get cancelled. That is the funny part. Like this one and this one will get cancelled, and I will be left with 2 times Tp raised to 4. I'm just adding them, plus T1 raised to 4 plus TQ raised to 4 is 4 times T1 raised to 4. So from this I will get 2 times Tp raised to 4 plus TQ raised to 4 is 3 times T1 raised to 4. 3 times T1 raised to 4. Why did I do it? From this I'll get T1 and I will put it here to get WS. Getting my point? I got T1 now. I have eliminated T2. I will get T1 and substitute it here. That's the only reason why I'm doing it. So if I may have next slide. So basically your WS which was there, which was K times TP raised to 4 minus T1 raised to 4. So T1 raised to 4 is this whole thing. T1 raised to 4 is this whole thing. 2 times TP raised to 4. 2 times TP raised to 4 plus TQ raised to 4. TQ raised to 4. The whole thing divided by 3 and the whole thing in brackets. So that will give you WS. And the question asked is what is the ratio of W naught by WS? So W naught by WS is asked. So that's it. Now you can do the answer. Okay. So if they have asked what is W naught, which was K into TP raised to 4 minus TQ raised to 4, the whole thing divided by what is it? WS, which is this, which is K into whatever is there here. KK will get cancelled and you will get the answer. It comes out to be 3 times. It comes out to be 3 times. Is that okay? You can now solve it. Clear? Everyone? Everybody with me on this? Absolutely clear. Absolutely clear. Cool. Perfect. Perfect. All right. Let's go to the next question on your screen. Like I said, I've taken the net radiated power over here. Okay. So this was another question which was very nice at combining geometry, ray optics, and also polarization. Unpolarized light is coming from this source. It is getting reflected and finally enters this air gap over here. It is entering this air gap. No MHSC, it is not 4. I think you made a mistake there. Yeah, so be careful. And then when it enters the air gap, it is reflected from point O and it is finally polarized. This is the most crucial part of the problem, number one. Number two, when I try to solve it, I realize that solving this problem backwards is better. Yeah, solving this problem backwards was better than to go like this and see what is happening. No, go backwards. What is the meaning of that? The light which is reflected is fully polarized. This can only happen in one situation, and that is Brewster's law. Brewster's law. And Brewster's law says that tan of the Brewster's angle is the refractive index, which is in this case root 3. So therefore, that Brewster's angle which is involved is basically 60 degrees. So the light which is falling at this point O, that is very interesting. The light which is falling at that particular point O, this angle is basically 60 degrees. That is what it means. Okay, now you go reverse and figure out how is the light coming from. That's it. That is the rest of the problem. Okay, so slightly difficult to do it on that diagram. I will try to draw another diagram here, which might look little bit easier. Okay, so radius is r by 2. Okay, so perfect. So that means this is the center, this is another center, and all of that. Now, drawing the ray diagram, that's very important. This was 60 degrees, somewhere like this, maybe. This particular angle which is there right over here, this is 60 degree. This is 60 degree when light finally enters, and it reflects as polarized light. Okay. Now, let me draw another normal over here. Let me draw another normal over here. Now, see guys, this particular and this particular length are r by 2, and this is also r by 2, which also means it's an isosceles triangle, which means that this particular angle over here is also going to be 60 degree. Everybody with me? This is an isosceles triangle because this is also r by 2, this is also r by 2, radius, radius. This becomes an isosceles. The base angles are equal. Everybody got till this point? I will just draw it on the next slide to create a duplicate. So let's see what is happening before to that same ray. It would be coming from denser to rarer. Yeah, so the angle will be little less. Chumma will draw something. Okay, so this will be the angle here. So using Snell's law, so let's use Snell's law and see what do we get. Snell's law. This is air gap. So sine 60 multiplied by air's refractive index is 1 is equal to sine whatever that angle is unknown, okay, into refractive index, which is root 3. Sine 60 is root 3 by 2 is equal to sine of that unknown angle into root 3. So that unknown angle, root 3 and root 3 cancels half. So that will be 30 degree. So this angle over here is basically 30 degree. So the light was coming like this. Till this point also absolutely clear? Okay, yes sir. Now what next? Now what next? Over here. So let me draw another line over here. Okay, but this light was reflected from here, maybe like this, maybe also like that. Who knows? Before coming from that source, which was there. Remember that source was there right over here. So that S, and if this is theta, obviously this is also theta by symmetry, and even this is also theta by symmetry. It is just getting multiply reflected many times, and before it enters the bubble, it is having 30, then it goes to 60, which is Brewster's angle, and it gets polarized. Now is the complete situation clear in your head? That's why I did not mess up the diagram. I made the diagram very clear for all of you. Everybody fine? Everybody fine, my dear students, till this particular point? Absolutely clear? Yes, sir. Okay. Now what? Now what? Now what? We want to find that particular theta, right? So what if I have to find that theta? Okay. So I created a duplicate. Yes, I don't need this. Hmm. Maybe I don't need this also. What if I just want to look at theta? What if I extend this line here? Yep. Okay. Because this is 30, even this will be also 30. Yes, this is R. This is we have to find theta, right? Mhm. Theta is that complete. No, theta is not the complete angle. Just one second. What is theta? Theta is the then the angle of incidence at the inner surface. Oh, sorry guys. I marked it as theta. It is actually 2 times of theta because only from here it is theta. So if this is theta, this is theta. So total angle will be 2 theta. So please let's correct it. Yeah. So that was 2 theta. I'll just change it right now. So this much is basically theta. Okay, so if I look at this particular triangle, if I look at this particular triangle, in that triangle, observe this, from here to here is basically r by 2. Can you guess how much is this much? This is exactly the midpoint. This is exactly the midpoint of this. So this will be basically r by 4. Okay, and in this triangle, this is basically r. This is basically R. I hope you are able to see that. So in that triangle which you are seeing, this is R, this is 90 degree, this is 90 degree, this is theta, and this is basically 3R by 4. So sine, or rather I would say tan theta will be opposite side by adjacent side, which is 3 by 4. So theta, which tan is 3 by 4, it is basically 37 degrees. Just check it out. Just check it out, guys. Yep. Is it 37 degrees? Just check it out. Have we done it rightly or not? But then tan they have asked what sine theta is 0.75. So I think we have made some mistake somewhere. Just one second. Let me just have a look at it. This is not necessarily r by 2. This is sine. One second. This is over here. Let me see what I have done. I think this will not necessarily be 90 degrees, guys. Yes, this will not be necessarily 90 degrees. My bad. Yes, this will not be 90 degrees. You're right. And no, no, no. This is not like approximate or anything. See, this is perpendicular. This thing over here, if it is making 90 degrees over here, this is particularly 90 degrees. Okay. And this is the center, right? This is that particular center right over here. If I look at this, this is 30. Okay. This is also 60. This is also 60 degrees. And I can then also say, mm, I feel something is there over here which I'm missing. 1 second. Let me get back to you after some time. Right now, I'm not able to think about it. Uh, because this is 60, obviously, then this angle will also be 60 degrees. Yes, this will be also 60 degrees. And this is r by 2. This is also r by 2. This theta I need. If I extend this, if I can somehow find this, my job is done, but that angle is not known. Okay. Hold on. I'll just think about it. I'll come back to it in a bit. For now, let's just skip it and we'll come back to it. Okay. Just hold on for now. We'll just think about it in a bit. Okay. Hold on for that. Just give me some time. All right. Yeah. Now, what is the next question? Let's have a look at the next question then. A single slit diffraction experiment is performed using this equation. D is the shortest distance between the slit. D is the distance between blah, blah, blah. The wavelength is something. D and D are measured with scales of least count of so and so. The value of lambda and m are known to be precisely 603. The absolute error in the value of B is estimated using diffraction that occurs for so and so. Now, actually, there is a flaw in this particular question. See, this formula is used for, between the slit and the screen. Shortest distance between the slit and the screen, D is the distance where, yeah. Here it is saying maxima, but actually this formula is used for minima. So that is one big question which a lot of students asked. Sir, this is actually minima formula, but they have given it for maxima. What to do? Understand, I know minima formula is basically your B into D by D is equal to M lambda. But whatever, this is actually a fact. This is a fact. But in the question, if they have mentioned it as maxima, you go as per the question. That's it. You don't argue over there. Like if they tell projectile motion height is given by some new formula, you assume that for that particular question, it is limited to that. So here you assume this is correct for this question. Otherwise, this question will become bonus. Now, if you do that and the question is, what is the error in the value of B? So, well, B will be equal to m times lambda, capital D by small d. So, relative error in B is, I think, lambda and m are known precisely. So, don't do anything over here. So, delta D by D plus small delta D by D. Now everything is known over here for you, like small d is given to be 5 millimeters, and delta d, least count is 1 millimeter. So this is basically 1 millimeter. This capital D, what is it? It is 1 meter. And error in capital D, I think it is given to be 1 centimeter, and all of that. So all these things are given to you as it is. So use this formula and you will get the answer. B also you can calculate over here. So this can become bonus if argued and said that how is this formula used for maxima. Actually it is a minima formula, but if you just assume whatever is given is correct for that limited part of the question, then it is fine. Otherwise it will be wrong. Is that okay, everyone? Fair enough. Shall we go ahead to the next question, my dear students? Okay, let's go. So the answer comes out to be 75.6, else I mean, it will be weird. It will be something else if you take the correct formula. Anyways, coming to the next question on your screen. Electron in the third orbit, atomic number is given, absolute temperature is given, neutron thermal energy is given, the de Broglie wavelength is same as that of the electron, the temperature is given by this formula. Question is find that alpha. See guys, the electron in the third orbit has the same de Broglie wavelength as that of a neutron's de Broglie wavelength with certain thermal energy. So that is the logic behind this. So I think the de Broglie wavelength of the electron is the de Broglie wavelength of the neutron. De Broglie wavelength of the neutron is h by p. Momentum is root of 2mk, kinetic energy. Okay, don't get confused. So that will be h by root of 2 times m times kinetic energy. Kinetic energy is kb into t. So put kb multiplied by t over here. Now over here, de Broglie wavelength of electron. For that, use this logic. Circumference is nothing but n times of n times of the de Broglie wavelength. So circumference is 2 pi r. This is n times of lambda. Lambda is lambda e over here. So from this, lambda e will be nothing but 2 pi r divided by n is nothing but 3. Okay, that's it. But don't stop over there, because radius also can be written down in terms of n and all of it. So 2 pi divided by 3, r is nothing but base radius. I think base radius is given, and a naught is the first orbit's radius. So a naught, so it is nothing but a naught into n square, that means 3 square divided by z. So this will become nothing but 6 pi a naught divided by z. So that is basically your lambda e. So just put over here 6 pi a naught divided by z. 6 pi a naught divided by z. And the question is find the temperature. So square both sides and solve the answer. You will get it. So I think till this part everything is clear. Everybody till this part absolutely clear, very straightforward, very good, cool. Let's go to the next, and I think this is the last section of match the following. Okay, let me just message Diksha ma'am and keep, because I think paper 2 will start. Okay, this was a question where dipoles are given and each consisting of pair of electric dipoles. Each dipole has some dipole moment oriented as shown. In all the configurations, the dipoles are fixed such that they are at a distance of 2r apart from the x direction, the midpoint, okay, blah blah blah. Consider the following things, and I think some options are also given over here. See, try to eliminate some basic options which you know that for sure will get eliminated. Like, for example, Will the electric field be 0 for somebody? I think it will be. Like I'll tell you who. See, this dipole which is there, it will create an electric field like this. This dipole which is there, it will create an electric field like this. They will definitely cancel out each other, and hence the answer should be 1. So Q should go with 1. So Q should go with 1 here, here, and here. So B option obviously got eliminated. Now, if you want, you can choose either P option or R option. It's completely up to you. For example, if you choose the P option, for P option, what will happen? This dipole will create an electric field here. This will also create an electric field here. It will add. Each field will be Kp by R cube. Kp by R cube. So it will basically come 2 times. It will basically come 2 times. Is that right? It will come 2 times. So what should be the correct answer, guys? It will just come 2 times. So K being 1 by 4 pi epsilon naught. So it will be 1 by 4 pi epsilon naught P by R cube. But both of them will add. So into 2. So into 2. So 2 and 2 will cancel. It will become 2 pi epsilon naught in the negative j cap direction. So I think it should be 2. So P is going with 2 option. So P is going with 2 option here and here. So A option also got eliminated. A option also got eliminated. All right. Then what else is the remaining? Look at this. Look at this. Okay. See, this will create an electric field. This will create an electric field like this. This will create an electric field. This will create an electric field in this direction. So there will be negative j cap and plus I cap. Negative j cap and plus I cap. There is only one option like that. Yes, there is only one option like that. Which one is it? Which one is it? Yep. Can you see? Negative j cap and plus I cap. Sorry, not one option. Two options are there. Even this and this. Oh, but this is having minus sign here. Oh, this is having plus. Oh, so actually one option. So actually R should go with 4. R should go with 4. R should go definitely with 4. That is absolutely correct. So if R is going with 4, D option also gets eliminated. So it should be C option, which is correct. Yes, answer C is correct. Definitely. But you can check for S also. That is not that crazy. I mean, see, this point will experience a field like this because of this guy. Because of this guy also, the field will be in the same direction, in the plus I cap direction. So because of both of them, it will be in the plus I cap direction. So which is basically fifth option. So S is definitely going with 5. S is definitely going with 5. Cool. So it was just about how the electric fields are oriented. You don't even have to know many formulas. Even if you do not remember many formulas, just looking at the directions, you are able to eliminate. It's just a play of directions. Is that right? Everyone? Clear? Paka? Sure? Shall we go ahead to the next question coming up on your screen? Here it is. There is a circuit with electrical load having some impedance. The source varies the voltage where T is in seconds. There are some possible options of the load and the possible currents as a function of time. So different circuits are given. How will the current change in every situation? That's all. Okay. Now, see, first option is very straightforward. Voltage is how much? 300, right? So let me just put it over here. Voltage is 300 sine, what is it? 300 sine 400t. Sine 400t. See, if it is a pure resistance, right? Current is voltage by resistance and in the same phase. It is in the same phase. So voltage is 300 divided by 30. That will be just 10. So tell me quickly, where will P option go with? Where will P option go with? It should have maximum 10 amperes. This is 5, this is 5, this is 10, this is also 10, this is 5. But same phase, that means it should be like a sine wave only. Remember the voltage graph. The voltage graph will be like this. This is a sine function. Same thing should be there. So P will go with 3. P is going with 3. P is going with 3. Is that right? Everybody till this point? Okay. So P is going with 3 here also, here also. So D option and D option gets eliminated. So Q, if you check, I think most of your job will be done. Or even if you check R, whatever. So let's say, for example, if you check Q, this is having some impedance. We can find out that impedance, not that difficult. Omega L. So 400 into L is 100 milli, which is 10 to the power minus 3. So this will become 1, 2, 3, 40 ohms. So the impedance will be root of 30 square plus 40 square, which is basically 50 ohms. So in this case, the current will be voltage, which is 300 divided by 50. Is it right? 300 divided by 50. Yes, so that's what we are getting, 300 volts, and this is 50 ohms, everything fine. So this is going to be 6 amperes. 6 amperes. So where is 6 amperes matching? Just think, where is 6 amperes matching? Come on, guys. 6 amperes, but this is 10, no. This is 10, no. This is slightly more than 5. This is exactly 5. This is slightly more than 5, either 5 or 2. And because it is a RL circuit, the voltage and the current will look like this. This is the current, this is the voltage. The current will be lagging behind. The current will be lagging behind, guys. Yes, the current should be basically what? Lagging behind slightly. So out of 5 and 2, current is lagging here. So I think this is going with 5. There is a small lag. You can see it becomes 0 after some time and it goes up and down till 6 almost. Is that right, everyone? Pakka? Clear, everyone? Yes. So the Q option should go with, Q option should go with 5. So this is eliminated. So it should be A answer. Let's check whether the answer is A. Yes, it is answering. You don't have to sit and check other options. Once you have checked few options, automatically you can narrow it down onto others. Okay. So you sit and do the other things. It will be very straightforward. Everyone understood how to get it? You got it correct? Just do it by elimination, my dear students. Okay. Don't do it by proper solving and all of that, because that will take a lot of time. All right. Let's go to the next question, the last question. Okay, 1 second. Okay, this is basically energy versus atomic numbers. Okay, choose the correct option that describes the correct match between entries in list 1 to that in list 2. Okay, see it carefully. Energy versus the dependencies on atomic number. The moment I see characteristic X-ray, it reminds me of Moseley's law. How many of you got reminded of Moseley's law? Just see. You will probably get the answer then. Yeah. Characteristic X-ray and this Moseley's law. Because root of frequency was directly proportional to Z minus 1, if you remember, for K alpha. Yes, root of frequency was directly proportional to Z minus 1. That was Moseley's law. So I can see this going with 1. So Q is going with 1. Q is going with 1. Oh my God, there is only one option. We didn't even have to solve everything. Are you serious? So directly C option. Directly C option. Yes, it is directly C. You didn't even have to do anything. Yeah, Q went with 1. But I'll tell you other things also. Not that we'll skip it. See, guys, if you look at other options, like say, for example, the first part. Okay. So basically, what is P going to go with? Yeah, P is going to go with 5. Remember, there is a formula HF, which is energy difference, is basically proportional to Z square. I mean, because energy itself is 13.6 Z square by N square, if you remember the formula. So, the energy difference of the orbits is proportional to Z square. So, HF, which is the energy of the photon, is also proportional to Z square. So, that is why P is going with 5. That is why P is going with 5. Okay. Now, excuse me. If you look at E is practically independent of Z, this happens for 4. S is going with 4. I'll tell you why. Because there is this binding energy per nucleon graph, which almost becomes flat for atomic numbers between 30 and 170. Yeah, it is almost flat. So the binding energy per nucleon, which is stable between 30 and 170, is almost independent of Z. So it's almost flat. This graph is there in nuclear physics. So that's why 4. So R is going to go with what else? Check. What is R going to go with? R has to go with 2. Now, why is R going to go with 2? Just think about it. R is going to go with 2. Electric part of the energy for a stable nucleus with mass numbers between this is proportional to Z into Z minus 1. Actually, they could have made this question very big because this option was one of the best options. I don't know how many of you realize this. See, when you have a nucleus, right, there are many positive charges in it, many protons in it. Z protons are there. Z protons are there. And then you also have neutrons, but they don't have any charge. When you are calculating the electrical potential energy, when you are calculating the electrical potential energy in that nucleus, that will be the sum of all the potential energies, Ij, of all the pairs possible between the protons. But best part, every proton almost on an average is at the same distance with respect to each other. So K into E divided by some average distance between them square. This is the charges between any two pairs of protons. Like that, how many terms do you think you will get? Since there are Z protons, think about it. If there are Z protons between these two, 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 like that, how many such pairs are possible? So pairs, the number of pairs which is possible is NC2, here N being Z. ZC2 will be Z into Z minus 1 divided by 2. So therefore, you will have this K E square by some average distance square. Sorry, not square. There is no square. My bad. It's not field. It is energy. Yeah. This will come Z into Z minus 1 divided by 2. Yeah. So that is why it is proportional to that. That is why this term is proportional to Z into Z minus 1. Very interesting logic behind that particular concept. Is this absolutely clear, my dear students? Beautiful concept, because there are ZC2 pairs possible between any Z points of charges. It's like you have to connect 2 points, and there are how many combinations possible? Beautiful, right? Okay, cool. So that was the last question. We'll come to paper 2. I will just give you the answer key for this for now. See, I'll just tell you whatever answers have been marked. So quickly, I will tell you guys. This is answer B for this particular question. Okay. Solution is also kept on this slide. For this particular question, the cylinder earth capacitor type, answer was C, Q by 60 epsilon naught, 60 epsilon naught. Then for this particular question, okay, the answer is C, which is root of 5 by 2. This particular question, it's debatable. It's bonus. Okay, it might be bonus. Okay, so it's a debatable question. Then for this particular question, the answer is A, B, and C. The answer is A, B, and C. Okay. Then for this particular question, the answer is A and B. A and B. And this might be a bonus question, guys. This might be a bonus question as of now. Okay, we'll figure it out. I'll just confirm and tell you this. This is A and B. This particular question answer is A and B. This heat pump related. Okay. Then this conducting solid sphere question answer is numeric 1.67. Then this particular question, the hydrogen atom 11.80. This particular question 1.60 of this volume temperature graph. This particular question about satellite 2.33. Lot of numeric questions came in this particular paper number 2. Okay, so very hard that way, numeric, because this was 0.20. This was 0.20. Okay, this particular question, the answer is 1.20. 1.20. This particular question, the answer is 170.00. 170.00. This particular question, the answer is 16.00. Okay, that's it. These are the questions. Lot of numeric based questions. Now those bonus questions will also confirm. We'll see whether we have to challenge it or not. I'll tell you for sure. Okay. Now it's time for chemistry and maths. We'll do speed solution. Okay. Chalo.
Okay, so students, now let us start with the paper 2 of chemistry, right? So I'll just do the speed solution of this, right? In a very fast manner, we are going to see what are the questions, right? And the questions as compared to paper 1 was little bit on the moderate to tough level, not tough, I would say moderate level. More questions were of moderate level, but in paper 1, more questions were of easy level, right? So let us start with the very first question on your screen. That is, first question we have from the section 1, where they have asked you about during sodium nitroprusside test. What is sodium nitroprusside, students? First, you need to know what is sodium nitroprusside, right? That is Na2FeSCN. CN5, right? Then you have NO. It is converted to, this will be converted to NOS, right? So here, what you can see, one of the ligands coordinated to metal ion is converted to NOS. From NO to it is converted to NOS. So answer is going to be NOS is the correct answer. Is that clear to everybody or not? Right, students? Is that clear? This one is converted to, this NO is converted to NOS. Rest of the things are same regarding the ligands, as you can see, right? Okay. So next question we will see, like that was your A part. Next question is the complete hydrolysis of ICl and ClF3 and BrF5 respectively are. Now here you should know one thing about the interhalogen compounds, right? More electronegative and there is less electronegative. More electronegative will form HX, less electronegative will form the oxy acid. Okay, so you'll see what are the different oxy acids that will be formed. If you see ICl, ICl is going to form, Cl is more, see we know that I is less, I is less electronegative, C is more electronegative, so answer will be HCl is formed here. In this case, what is more electronegative? Fluorine is more electronegative, so HF is formed here, right? Then in this case, which is more electronegative? Fluorine, so here also HF is formed. So HX that you have, hydrogen halide formed are HCl and HF. What about oxy acids? Here oxy acid will be form of iodine. Here this will be formed of chlorine. Here this will be formed of bromine. Right? Okay. So first is HOI is formed in case of iodine because it is -1. If you see this, this will be in the +5 state, so it will be HBRO2. HClO2 and HBRO3. Okay, that will be formed here, right? This will form HClO2 and this will form HBRO3, right? Out of these, what are the ions that are generated? In this case, the ion is OI negative. This is ClO negative, ClO2 negative. This is BRO3 negative. So we can see the answer is IO, ClO2 negative and BRO3 negative. That is A is coming out to be the correct answer. What is important thing? That more electronegative is HX, less electronegative is oxy acid. You just need to know this point here, right? And from that you can see answer is A is the correct answer here, right? Next question is monocyclic. Now this is from organic chemistry. Monocyclic compounds PQRS is formed. So we'll firstly have to see what is P, what is Q, what is R, what is S. That you can easily tell, right? So everybody let me know in the chat box what is PQRS, right? Very fast, okay? So this is Br2. What is the name of this reaction? What is the name of this reaction? Br2 red phosphorus, HVZ reaction, okay? So in this what happens? The alpha hydrogen is replaced by very good students, that is replaced by the halogen, isn't it? Next is you have CHO, you have this is Claisen-Smith reaction, which is like aldol, right? So when you have benzaldehyde, in that case it is called Claisen-Smith reaction. So this is benzaldehyde and methanol. So in this case what will happen? You will have alpha hydrogen is this one, right? This will be converted to OH. This is H. Then you will have alpha hydrogen CH2 that is attached here. This will be CHO, right? So in this case, what will happen? OH and H will be eliminated here, right? So this will be formed here, that is Q, right? This is called Claisen-Smith reaction, okay? Third is here what you have NaNH2 and this. See, simple thing is NaNH2 is a very good base. Okay, so it is going to abstract. What it is going to do? It is going to form here a triple bond. A triple bond. This is 1. You can write it as C. This was triple bond C. This is H. So what will happen? This base is going to abstract the acidic proton. This is the acidic proton, so it is going to abstract it. There will be this negative here. After that, we know that this is going to attack here. This is this is a halide. What will happen? This is negative. This negative is going to attack on this side. So what will be formed? CH2C double bond will attack. Okay, this will be C, CH2C, 3 carbon you will have. This and this carbon has a single bond, these 2 carbon has a double bond, right? So you can fill the valency here. This is H, this is H2. Okay. So what you had a base. Base will abstract the proton from this side. You will have a C negative because this is negative. This is partially negative. This is partially positive because of the halogen here. It is electronegative. So it will attack on this side, which is partially positive, and C double bond C will be attached here, right? After that, can you tell me what is this Hg2 positive and hydration? That is Kirchhoff's reaction. That means you are going to break the double bond. Now what I'll do? I'll break the double bond here, right? Now what I'll do? I'll break the double bond here, right? This will be H. And which is carbocation? This carbocation is more stable. So here there will be positive charge. So after that, OH negative will attach here because we are basically in Kirchhoff's, we are doing hydration. This is enol. So what will happen? A ketone is formed here. One is formed here. This is what we have here, right? And that is the final answer, right? What is this? In this case, you have reductive ozonolysis. That means this bond will break. Okay, that means this bond will break. They're asking you the product having highest number of unsaturated carbon. Okay, for that we have to prepare all the products. So we know that because this double bond is in resonance, so it is a partial double bond. That is the reason when ozonolysis occur, it does not break the benzene ring, rather it breaks the full double bond here. This is not a partial double bond. So this double bond will break, and here what you will have 1, 2, this is 1, this is double bond O, right? And here you will have 1, this is double bond O, right? That thing will be formed. After that, you have CH3 MgBr, two equivalents means one CH3 will attack here. Whenever CH3 attacks, what happens? Whenever CH3 attacks, CH3, whenever Grignard reagent attacks, this is partially negative, this is partially positive. It will attack on this side, electrons will jump here, right? And what will happen in the end? There will be a methyl group attached here, and here you will have one OH. Similarly, here you will have one methyl group attached, one OH will be there, right? So this is after Grignard reagent attack and after adding H positive here. Now one more thing you should remember here, that if you see this is OH and this is OH here, right? You're adding H positive and then you are heating it as well, right? H positive, you're heating it as well. That means dehydration will take place here, right? So in dehydration, what will happen? I'll just draw the new product here so that, because this step some students, can make mistakes in. This is 1, 2. See, simple thing is OH will be eliminated. Now H has this space and this space. But here, according to Sedgwick rule, more stable alkene, more hyperconjugated alkene will be formed. So that's why H positive will leave from this side, and you will have a double bond here with two methyl groups here, right? With two methyl groups here, you can write it like this, right? Then here also what will happen? OH negative, H positive either from this side or from this side. See, simple thing is, from this side, it's not possible to eliminate hydrogen because double bond and double bond, it's not possible. That is the reason from here, hydrogen will be eliminated, and hence you will have one and one double bond here, like this. Now they are asking you to calculate the total number of unsaturated carbons. So simple thing is, carbons they are asking you, right? Isn't it? Highest number of unsaturated carbon. So wait a minute. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, then 7, because that has C double bond O. It has 7 unsaturated carbons. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. It has 9 unsaturated carbons. It has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Again, 9 unsaturated carbons. Now the last one has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 10 unsaturated carbons. So answer will be S has the maximum number of unsaturated carbons. So answer will be D is the correct answer here. Okay, D will be the correct answer, students. I'll just delete it here, right? Okay, D is going to be the correct answer here. That is, S has the maximum number of unsaturated carbons. Is that correct? Is that clear to everybody? Yes, students, is that clear? Shall we move ahead? Now, next question is the correct reaction sequence that would produce a dicarboxylic acid. See, this is also a very simple question, right? You just need to know all the reactions here. So if you see these all reaction, you need to find which has two COH groups. Okay. So if you see this here, in this reaction, you have NaCN, so it will be OH. This will be 1, 2, and this will be replaced by CN. Right? After that, you add OH negative and you do hydrolysis. Then again, you do hydrolysis. Okay. So OH negative in aqueous medium means this CN, okay, this will be replaced by, wait a minute. This OH negative you will add, right? Then after that, when you add hydrolysis, this will be converted to COOH. That means this is not going to give you dicarboxylic acid. Yes. This is what I solved here. Yes. Right. This is not going to give you dicarboxylic acid. overall this C triple bond N will be converted to COH, right? After OH negative and then hydrolysis, right? That means this cannot be the correct answer. Next is you have Br2 water. Now, Br2 water is not a very strong oxidizing agent. It only oxidizes CHO to COH. Otherwise, it will not oxidize the primary OH group here, right? That is why this can also not be the correct answer. Third is QH and ETOH. That means this is alcoholic QH. Alcoholic QH. So alcoholic QH means dehydrohalogenation. So hydrogen can be eliminated from this side and hence you can have the formation of a double bond here. Then you add KMNO4, then H2SO4. Okay. Then you heat it. Now see one thing. When you add KMNO4 here, what will happen? This is basically your Bayer's reagent, if you remember, right? This will be OH and this will be OH, right? Because you're adding KMNO4 in a very, very strong acidic medium. So what will happen? This will break here and it will give you, this carbon COH here and it will give you COH here, right? Because you are using not dilute KMNO4, you are using acidic H2SO4 you are adding here. So here you can see two COH group we have, that means dicarboxylic acid is formed here. Let us see the last one, this is C. See, because they are telling you heat here, then you know what can happen here in the end. This can also lose water from this side and further, further reaction can happen, right? But we will see the fourth option. In fourth option, we know that this is going to oxidize the alcohol here. So it will be 1, 2, this is 1, this is as it is double bond of ketone. It will do nothing with ketone. This is C, this is COH. Now you can see further reaction will not occur in point C, in option C. Reason being, because then there will be not even a single option that is correct. That is the reason C will be the correct answer, because other options are not matching with dicarboxylic acid, right? So answer will be C is the correct answer. Now students, section 2, let us see. We have fifth question, that is the correct statements about intermolecular forces are regarding intermolecular forces. So if you see this, the potential energy between 2 point charges approaches 0 more rapidly than the potential energy. See, if you talk about 2 point charges, right? If you talk about 2 point charges, it is 1 by R, right? Potential energy between one dipole and 1 point charge is 1 by R square, right? Now, which is less, right? More rapidly approaches 0 more rapidly than potential energy between point charges, that distance between them approaches to infinity. If this is approaching to infinity, because this is 1 by R square, it will approach to 0 more easily, right? Because it is 1 by infinite square means 0 will be more dominated here, right? So that will approach, this will approach more rapidly as compared to this. So this is a wrong statement, right? This is a wrong statement. How? Because it is, see, it is 1 by R square, it is 1 by R. Okay. According to that, if you put infinity here, both will be 0. But when it is approaching infinity, here the amount of decrement will be more as compared to this. Right? So first is the correct option. Second is the average potential energy of two rotating polar molecules that are separated by distances 1 by R cube. That is absolutely wrong. It is 1 by R raised to power 6. It is for static, it is 1 by R cube. So that is wrong, right? Next is, this is also wrong. This statement is also wrong. This is also wrong. The dipole-induced dipole average interaction energy is independent of temperature. That is also wrong. It is dependent on temperature, right? Non-polar molecules attract one another even though neither has a permanent dipole moment. That is correct because of instantaneous dipole moment, right? So answer will be D is the correct option here, right? Okay, D will be the correct option, guys. Okay, yes, D will be the correct option here. Now, next thing, let us discuss that the compounds with pH bonds are the compounds with pH bonds. So, if you see the compounds with pH bond, you have to draw all the compounds here. So, if you see H3PO4, that is going to be double bond. This is 1, 2, 3. This is OH, OH, and OH. What about second? This is H3PO3. There is no pH bond, so this is not included. Right? Then you have P double bond O. This is 1, 2, 3. Now you are left with 2 OH and 1 H here, so it has a pH bond. Next is H4. Next is H4, P2. Okay, P2, you can draw it like this, right? P2O4 you have already drawn. 7 minus 4 is 7 minus 2, right? It will be 1 O also there. 1, 2, 1, 2. It will be OH, 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 OH. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. There will be 1 O also here, right? So that will not have any pH bond. Next is H3PO3, that is P double bond O. 1, 2, 3. It will have 1 OH here, 2 pH bonds. So it has 1 pH, 2 pH. So B and D is the correct answer here, right? Okay, B and D is the correct answer here, right, students? Okay, next question is for the reaction sequence. This is the reaction sequence that is given to you. The correct statements they are asking you, right? The correct statement regarding what? First thing is we are doing KMNO4H positive, right? Then NH3 heat and then water elimination. So this reaction, I think you must have done so many times. Then there is some aromatic compound X. See, it's a very, very simple question, right? We just need to see the sequence of this reaction. So first is KMNO4. We know that what will happen, any alkyl chain you have that on the benzene ring is converted to COH, right? So we can say that here this will be converted to COOH and this is COOH, isn't it? After that you add ammonia into it, that this will be converted to CONH2. This is the formation of ethylamide, NH2, right? Then you take out, see one thing very important, you have COOH, this is COOH. So when you add NH3 here, this will have CNH3, this will be COO, NH4 positive, negative, this will be negative, it will be NH4 positive. Full formation you should know. After that, when you take out two water, one from this side, one for this side, then you will have the formation of X, that is, how do I draw the X? I'll draw the X here, right? X will be CONH2, CONH2. This is the mistake that students can do, right? They can eliminate water from here, but they are not saying water is eliminated. Otherwise, they would have written one water. They are saying two water. That means this and this, right? The intermediate state also they are talking about. Now this is X, this is X. Strong heating, what will happen? Phthalimide will be formed, right? That is CO, this is CO, this is NH. Ethanolic acid, and then you add RBR. Ethanolic acid means this will be converted to K. Then RBR means this will be R here. Have you seen this in Gabriel phthalimide reaction or not, if you remember? Right? Okay. So I'll just write it here. CO, this is N, this is R. This is Y. This is Y. And this Y, after adding NaOH, what will happen? This will be converted to COONA, COONA plus you will have a Z. Aromatic compound is this, plus you will have RNH2, that is amine. And this amine, we know that from Gabriel phthalimide reaction, this amine will be 1 degree aliphatic always. It cannot be aromatic. Now let us see, this is X, this is Y, this is X, this is Y, and this is Z. Right? Let us see what they are saying here. Both X and Y are oxygen containing compound. X is oxygen containing, Y is oxygen containing, absolutely right. Y on heating with CH3. What is this, students? This is carbylamine reaction. With carbylamine reaction, can Y give you isocyanide? How Y will give you isocyanide? It's not possible. Isocyanide will be given by 1 degree amine. It's not a 1 degree amine. Okay, Z will give you isocyanide test. Z reacts with Hillsberg reagent. Yes, 1 degree amine reacts, 2 degree amine reacts, 1 degree amine soluble in alkali, 2 degree amines insoluble in alkali, 3 degree amine do not react. So this is also correct. Z is an aromatic primary amine? No. As I told you, R, see, very smartly, R, we know that it is not given, right? But we know from the theory part that it cannot be aromatic because in this case, RBr, if it is aromatic, this CBr bond will be very difficult to break because of the partial double bond, right? So that is why only option A and C are the correct options here, right? Okay. Next question, students, next one we have for the reaction sequence given below. So this is the reaction sequence that is given to you. The correct statements are, right? So these things are given to you guys. Now they are asking you the correct statements here, right? Correct statements here. See, understand one thing, optically active, give Beer's test, these things are asked to you. Okay, so one by one we will see. First thing is LiAlH4. Now, LiAlH4 is very good in reducing ester as well. So, what it will do? It will reduce this as well. This is 1, 2. This is 1, 2. This is pH. This will be converted to 1. This will be converted to 1. This will be 1, 2, 3. This it will have CH2OH. This also 1, 2, 3. The third one 1, 2, and this it will have 1 OH. Okay. Now, wait a minute. Yes. After this, CrO3H2SO4, that is a mild oxidizing agent or strong oxidizing agent, students. That is a mild. CrO3 is a mild, but when you add H2SO4, that becomes a strong oxidizing agent, isn't it? That becomes a strong oxidizing agent, isn't it? What is the name of this agent? Can you tell me what is the name of this reagent? Anybody in the chat box? Name is Jones reagent, right? So here you can see 1, 2, 3. This will be converted to C, 1, 2, OH, right? Then this is P. This is again COOH. Okay. That is P, that is Q. After that, soda lime decarboxylation means CO2 will be eliminated. This will be 1, 2. You can write here pH, right? 1, 2, pH. So this will be 1 CH3, 1 CH3. Okay, 1 CH3. Okay. So that means that is done. And for P, if you add H2SO4 and you heat it, now we know that on heating with H2SO4, dehydration will take place. That means what will happen? OH will be eliminated, H will be eliminated, right? OH will be eliminated, H will be eliminated. So you can say here you will have the formation of 1. You can write it like this: 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 1, 2, 3. No, some mistake we have done somewhere. Wait a minute. 1, 1, 2, 1, 2. Here you will have this thing, beta. One mistake we have done here. This is 1 carbon, second 2 carbon should be there. 1 and 2. This you will have OH. Then it will be, I'll just write the OH here. Okay, so it will be 1 COH, 1 COH. Yes. Okay. Now this OH also will be eliminated. So answer will be 1, 2, 1, and this is 2, right? So you can also write it in simple form as well. That's totally your choice. This is the double bond here. This will be eliminated and this will eliminated. So double bond will be present here. This is 1, 2. This is pH. Let me just see if we have done correctly. OH, this is eliminated. This is carbon, double bond, single bond. Then you have single bond. This is double bond, single bond, double bond. Right? Okay. One thing. Wait a minute, guys. Now, why I deleted that? Because there is chances of conjugated alkene here. Chances are that OH will be eliminated from this side. Right? This is carbon, this is carbon. Then this can have H. Either this is possible. Array, this carbon, this can have H. Hello? Wait a minute. This is OH that is eliminated. Here you have H. That will be eliminated. This is the double bond. This is OH that is eliminated. This is the H that is eliminated. Okay, okay. That will only be formed. Okay, that will be formed. Right? Okay. Now, let us see the options here. P is optically active. P means this compound. P means this compound. P. This is R. This is R. This is P. Array, how many mistakes? This is P. This is Q. Why am I mentioning this? Because sometimes this happens in the exam, right? Okay. So now P is optically active. If you see this compound, this carbon is chiral, right? This carbon is chiral. But this carbon is not chiral, right? Because this is same, this is same. So it is optically active? No, it is not optically active because it is achiral in nature. S gives Beer's test. Now S is this one. S is this one. Because it has a double bond, then it will definitely give Beer's test, right? So that is true. Q gives effervescence with aqueous NeHCO3. Q means this thing because it has COH. So it will definitely give carbon dioxide. That is why it will give effervescence. That is true. R is an alkyne. R is not an alkyne. That is false. So answer will be B and C is the correct answer here. Right? B and C is the correct answer here. Okay, then section 3. Let us see that integer type questions we have. Like here the density. Now these questions are very, very interesting, students. So very interesting questions these are. The density of the metal which forms cubic closed packing. So see, CCP is given to you with the axial distance A is given to be 40. So we know that density is equals to Z, right? This is the, okay, so I'll just directly write the formula. Zm A cube Na, right? That is the formula. Now, here we know that Z for cubic CCP or FCC is equals to 4, right? A is given to you, that is 400. Na, we know that molar mass. Density, if you see density, they are asking you. Atomic mass of the metal is also given to you, right? So what we are left with? Nothing, right? So density is equals to 4 into molar mass is 105.6 divided by A cube is, now this is picometer, but if you see they are asking you the density in centimeter cube, so you have to convert it into centimeter. 1 picometer has 10 to the power minus 12, so 10 to the power minus 12 meter. So in centimeter it will be 4 into 10 to the power minus 10, right, cube. This will be 6.022 into 10 to the power 23. And solving this, you will get your answer here, right? Solving this, you will get your answer here. That will come out to be 11 as the answer. Okay, students, 11 will be come out to be the answer. Calculations, you can do it on your own, right? The solubility of the barium iodide solution. Now, in this case, you need to know the full equation of barium iodide. So I'll just directly write it for you, right? Ba, I'll write the balanced equation, right? You can take your time to balance it out, right? They are saying barium iodide. No, the solubility of barium iodide, this is formed in an aqueous solution prepared by mixing barium nitrate, BaNO3 twice, with sodium iodide, right? Okay. So now the reaction after this, iodate means sodium NiO3 negative. After this you have barium iodate, means Ba, this is IO3, this is twice, plus you will have displacement, no, so it will be NaNO3. Now we will just balance this equation. After balancing, what you will get? You will get this as the answer, right? After balancing, right? You can do balancing. It's not a very big deal to do this balancing, right? After this, let's see the main thing here. The solubility of barium iodide, solubility they are asking you. That means this is our main focus. This is our main focus, okay? Prepared by mixing 200 milliliter of this. About this, they have given you some information. About sodium iodide, they have given you some information. Is this, what is the value of X? Okay. So that means if from this information, I can calculate the concentration of barium iodide. Once you know the concentration, you know the KSP, you can easily put the formula of KSP and get the answer, right? So how will I get the concentration of barium iodide? So simple thing is 200 multiplied by this. Number of moles multiplied by volume in milliliters will give you the millimoles here. So that will be 200 multiplied by 0.01, that is 100. So answer will be 2. So you can write it here 2 millimoles. I am writing here for millimoles, right? This is 2. That means this is 2. And what about this one? What is this given to be 100 into this? So that will be 1 millimole, right? 1 or what? Wait a minute. 2.1, that is 10 multiplied by 100, it is 10. 10 millimoles. 10 millimoles. Okay. Now, if you see this is 2, this is 10. If you remember, whenever reactants are given to you, information about all the reactants, that means limiting reagent is the way. Right? Limiting reagent, we used to find it by G by C. Given is S, given is 2. Stoichiometry is 1. 2 by 1. This is 10 by 2. This value will be 2. This value will be 5. The smaller value will be your limiting reagent. The smaller value will be your limiting reagent, right? Once you know the limiting reagent, can we know the value of barium iodide, students? Can we know the value of barium iodide? You can apply the unitary method now. That barium nitrate will give you barium iodide. Dependency of product will be on barium nitrate. So you can say that 1 of barium, 1 will give you 1, right? So you have 2, 2 will give you 2, right? 1 is going to give you 1 mole of barium iodide. So 2, because in the question 2 millimoles are given to you, 2 is going to give you 2. So answer is this will also be 2 millimoles. Here moles are given to you. Can you see the concentration? Concentration of this will be total. See the volume of the solution once you have mixed it is 300. Total volume of the solution now is coming to be 300 milliliter. In that, this is the moles. So we know that molarity is equals to number of moles divided by volume of solution. If you calculate the molarity here, this is the millimoles. So this is millimoles. This will be milliliters. That will be 2 by 300 is your concentration for barium iodide. Let me see what it is coming out to be. Wait a minute, something. Wait a minute, just give me a minute, just give me a minute. Something I skipped in this question. The solubility of barium iodate in an aqueous solution prepared by mixing this with nitrate with this with sodium iodate is this the volume of X? The soluble barium in a solution prepared by mixing this and this. So how much you will prepare? If you talk about the, wait a minute, let me just see this. Barium iodate, we know that barium iodate is going to give you Ba2 positive plus IO3 negative, right? This thing it will give you, right? 10 moles you had here, right? Out of these 10 moles, chalo, beta just give me a second. This I am erasing or I'll just copy paste this on the next page, right? Because we know that this is the limiting region. Once we know this is the limiting region, this will be 0 millimoles. In the solution, this will be 0. This will be 10 minus, because this is 1. So this will be 4, right? Because it is double. Sodium iodate is double. So this is 2. If this you are using, 2 are consumed. Here 4 will be consumed, right? Because double of it we are using. Minus 4 is 6, right? So 6 we have consumed here, right? 6 we have consumed here. And how much amount it is getting from the solubility of barium iodate? So here we can see that if you talk about the KSP, we can say this is S, this is also S, right? For barium iodate, it is S and it is S. Now the solubility is also there from this side, right? The solubility is also there from this side, that is barium iodate in the solution, right? So that is going to be 2, right, divided by 300, right? Okay. So you can say that KSP value is going to be S, and this is because it is 2 of this is formed, so it will be S plus 2 by 300, right? In this place, square and S will be eliminated because S's solubility is various, so it will be S 2 by 300 square. And this KSP value is also given to you. So I'll just put it here, 1.58 into 10 raised to power minus 9. And that's how you will get the value of solubility. And solubility is what they are asking you here, right? Solubility is what they are asking you. And that's how you will get your answer here. Right, students? Okay, everybody. Yes, students. Okay. Understood? Chal. Now, this was given to us. This is what we solved. Right? That will come out to be the answer. Right? Now, next question is adsorption of phenol forms aqueous solution of fly ash obeys Freundlich isotherm. Now, what is Freundlich isotherm? That you should know for this answer, okay? Freundlich isotherm, I'll just directly write the formula here, right? That is X by M is equals to K, right? C raised to power 1 by M. After this, they are saying adsorption of phenol from aqueous solution to fly Freundlich isotherm at a given temperature from 10 mg per gram, and this aqueous solution, the concentrations are these. Okay. So this is X by M value is given to you, right? X by M value is given to you for 2, right? At a given temperature, these two phenol solutions, the concentrations, the concentration absorbed is this and this. So corresponding to this 10, this is the concentration, right? Corresponding to this, this is the concentration, right? So can we say that if we convert it into log X by M, this will be log of K plus 1 by N log of C. If you put the values here, you will get two equations here. 1 is log of x by m is 10 is equals to log of k plus 1 by n. Log of c, concentration is c, so it will be concentration is 4. So it will be 2 into 2. You can just directly write it here, right? Calculations I will tell you how to do, right? Log of 16, it corresponds to concentration 10, right? So it is log of k plus 1 by n log of concentration is 10. So these are the two equations, right? So here, see, you have two equations, you have two variables here, right? N and k, right? So after solving these two, you will get the value of n and you will get the value of k, right? And they are asking you at this temperature, the concentration of absorbed phenol is this. The aqueous solution will be. Okay. So that means they are giving you some new concentration at the same temperature. Same temperature means N and log C will have same value. N and K will have same value. The value of N and K that you have solved. So I'll tell you what we have solved. The value of N is coming out to be 1 by 2. N will come out to be 1 by 2. Log K, you will solve it to be 1.4. This will be the value. You put the value here for log K. X by M you have to solve here. Okay. X by M beta you will have to solve here. Log K will come out to be minus 1.4 plus 1 half. Log of C is given to be 20 here, right? And here you will calculate the value of X by M, right? And that will come out to be 15.62, right? Wait a minute. At this temperature, the concentration of adsorbed phenol from this aqueous solution of phenol will be, right? So this value will come out to be, wait a minute. Wait a minute. Here it will come out to be, because this will be 2 na, here it will be 2. So it will come out to be 1.2 something. Okay, right? So that will be the answer there, right? Okay, that will be the answer, because you have to calculate the value of X by M in the end here, right? Concentration in mg per gram. Wait a minute, at this temperature, the concentration in mg per gram of absorbed phenol from this aqueous solution of phenol at a given temperature from this and this aqueous solution phenol. No, ulta we have put it here, right? Ulta we have put it here. N and K value you know, right? Here you will calculate the value. This is given to be 20. This will be minus 1.4. This will be 2 and this will be C. Concentration of this from this aqueous solution will be. Concentration you have to calculate here, right? Okay, concentration you have to calculate here, right? Okay. Now next question is, consider a reaction A plus R. Now some reaction is given to you, that is A plus R. Now here what we will do, A plus R product, the rate of this reaction is measured to be K, A and R. Now this is R is equals to K, this is A and this is R. Okay. At the start of the reaction, the concentration of R is R naught. They are saying at the start of the reaction. Now this is a very interesting question, okay? So consider a reaction, this reaction is given to you, this is the rate. Now they are saying that the reaction is A plus R give rise to the product, right? They are saying that at the start of the reaction, the concentration of R naught, R is R naught, right, is 10 times the concentration of A naught. So concentration of A is A naught. and it R is 10 of A naught. That means R naught is equals to 10 of A naught. This is what they have given you. The reaction can be considered as a pseudo first order reaction because this is an axis. That is why it is a pseudo first order reaction with assumption that, now if you see, this is what they have given you the assumption. So R is equals to K. What is A? A is A naught. So I'll just put it here. And R is 10 A naught. Right? Now they have also given that K into R is equals to K dash. That means if you put here, this is R is equals to K into R. This whole part is R. Right? So you can put it here. Chalo, this is constant. Due to this assumption, the relative error is there. Okay, in the rate when this reaction is 40% complete. Now we'll talk about when the reaction is 40% complete. Okay, when the reaction is 40% completion, then because they are saying that we usually assume that this constant, this rate constant is constant. But in reality, we ignore that little bit of error that it has. So they are asking you, if you actually know that there is some error, right? That error I'll tell you here. 40% completion, that means here, if I see, this will be A plus R. 40% completion means this is going to be 0.4% is already consumed. So this will be 0.6 A naught. Right, out of this 10 minus 0.6 A naught means 9.4 A naught you will be left with. Right? This is what you have. Now R dash is equals to K. This, let's say this is K double dash. This A naught is 0.6 A naught. This is 9.4 A naught. Right? This is what you have. Now we will use this thing here. Now we will use this thing here. Right? That is the error percentage. This is what they have given you. Right? Okay. K into concentration of R is K dash. This they have given you, so I'll solve it somewhere here. That K dash, that is the error that you have, is K, that is the original K here, into R. R is given to me, that is 10 A naught. That means K dash is 10 A naught K. K 10 A naught, that is K dash. So I can say R is equals to K dash A naught. Right? That is the first thing that we have. Now, if you consider the same thing here, right? If you consider the same thing here, K dash equals to, because they are saying K dash is equals to K into R. In this case, R is 9.4, right? So you can put K, R is 9.4 A naught, right? You can just put it here, right? And 9.4 नहीं अरे यार 9.4 is complete, 0.4 is complete, 0.6 will be left. Out of 10, out of 1 if you have 0.4 is complete, 0.6 is left. ठीक है? And out of 10, if 0.4 is complete, 9.6 is left. So this will be 9.6. Okay, so that will be 9.6. Okay, so what I'm doing here, the value of R is 10 unit, I just put it here. Here the value of R is 9.6, so I'll just put it here. So this is the value of, let's say this is K double dash. That is the error, right? This is K dash, this is K. Now they are saying that you have to find the relative error here. Right, in the rate when it is 40%, so that means what we have to calculate is percentage. that is K double dash minus K dash divided by K dash multiplied by 100. So K double dash is K 9.6 A naught minus this is K 10 A naught divided by K 10 A naught. See K 10 A naught, all these will be cancelled, multiplied by 100. So this will be So you can also take the mod here, है ना? So that will be 10 minus this, that is 0.4 divided by this is 10 multiplied by 100. So it will turn out to be 4%. Right? Yes. 4.17 means. Okay? So it is approximately turning out to be 4%. Right? Okay? Now, next question is at 300 Kelvin, right? At 300 Kelvin, an ideal solution we have of macro exerts of osmotic pressure. They are saying osmotic pressure that is expressed in terms of height and this and this. So guys, directly I'll tell you the formula here, right? So what is the formula here that we will apply, right? What formula we will apply? We know that pi is equals to CRT, that is rho Hg. Pressure is also rho Gh is equals to CRT. Now students, if you see this here, they are asking you ideal solution of micromolecule exerts osmotic pressure that is expressed in terms of height of the solution. Density is given to you. Density guys, it is given to you, that is 1 into 1 gram centimeter cube, okay, where H is equals to 2 centimeter. If concentration of the dilute H is also given to you, dilute solution of the macromolecule is given to be 2. This is given to be, see, can you see one thing? Here it is given to you, strength is given to you, right? Strength is given to you, right? That is gram per volume. So this is given to you, the molar mass of the macromolecule calculated X. See, this C will be nothing but it is strength divided by molar mass, right? This molar mass you have to calculate. R value you know, T you know, strength is given to you. G is also given to be 10 here directly. So you need to calculate the molar mass here. Okay? Understood? Now, next question is an electrochemical cell, right? Electrochemical cell is fused by combustion of this. Now see what you have to answer here, right? First thing is, student, you should know the combustion of the butane, right? Here they have given you butane, isn't it? Yes, combustion of the butane. Now, they are asking you the cell potential is this. See, we know that delta G is equals to minus NF E naught cell, right? Minus NF E naught cell. So, you know what you need to calculate? Faraday's, you know, delta G, and you need to know the value of N. That will be answered by the reaction, okay? So, if you see this, I'll just directly write the reaction. C4H10 plus 13 by 2 O2 give rise to 4 CO2 plus 5 H2. So, students, we know that there is direct formula to balance this reaction, right? So, in this case, what we will do, we will calculate the value of delta G, not of full reaction, is delta G of product minus delta G of reactants. Product is CO2. CO2 is given to you. Water is given to you. So, it will be 4 into CO2. This will be 5 into water, right? And butane will be 1 into butane. O2, it will be nothing, right? So 4 into this, 5 into this, minus of 1 into minus 18, you will get the value of delta G naught. And what is N factor? N factor, if you calculate, this is plus 4. Okay, when you calculate the value of C here, that will come out to be plus 4. And when you calculate it here, it is 4x plus, because this is apna hydrogen carbon is more electronegative, this is less electronegative. Will be x, this will be minus 10 by 4, it is 2, so it will be plus 5 by 2, minus 5 by 2, right? So it will be minus 10 by 4, it will come out to be minus 5 by 2. So when you see the difference here, n factor is how much the change? 4 minus 5 by 2, that is 8 plus 5 by 2, that is 13 by 2 is the change. So n factor will come out to be 13 by 2, delta G you will calculate from here, and E naught cell will be directly calculated by that, right? Okay. Now, next question is the sum of spin only magnetic moment. So this is a very, very simple question, students. So in this case, you have Mn, you have two things, Mn Br 6, 3 negative. You have Mn Cn 6, 3 negative. If you calculate the oxidation state in both the cases, x minus x is equals to minus 3, both are in Mn 3 positive. So manganese is 4s2 3d4 or 5. So 4s2 Karman. Okay, so this is 3d5. This is also 4s2 3d5. You take out 3 electrons, it will be left with 3d4, right? So when you talk about this is a weak field ligand, this is a strong field ligand, right? We know that these are octahedral complexes, so it will be like this, right? And when you fill the electrons, it will be having 4 electrons. So weak field means the energy gap will be very less. So it will be 1, 2, 3, 4. Number of unpaired electron is 4, means here mu will be equals to 4.9, or you can put the formula of mu, that is n plus 2, right? Or you can easily do it from the trick, right? Now, if you see this here, it has a strong field ligand, means separation is very high. So it will be 1, 2, 3, and then 4. Number of electron is 2. Mu is equals to 2.89. You can directly remember this. See, you have only 5 kind of unpaired electron. You can directly remember this also. Or you can do it by this formula, that is mu is equals to n plus 2 Bohr magneton. So they have asked you the sum here. You do the sum, that answer will be 7.73. Okay. Understood? Yes, student. The last question is, a linear octasaccharide. Now, this one is a very interesting one, right? Because this is a very different kind of question, not a difficult question. I would not say it's a difficult question, right? It's a game of lines. You should understand what they are saying. A linear octasaccharide molar mass is given to you, right? There is some octasaccharide molar mass is given to you. So beta, by that time I'll also call Namrata ma'am that this is the last question, right? Okay. So this is the octasaccharide, molar mass is 1024, right? So molar mass is given to you, that is 1024 on complete hydrolysis. Now whenever there is octasaccharide, one molecule less, that is 7 water molecule you will use. This you should know. If you don't know this, then you will not be able to solve the question, right? Hydrolysis produces 3 monosaccharides. So 3 monosaccharides are produced here. One is ribose, okay? So one they are saying is ribose. Other is 2-deoxyribose, right? Third one they are saying is glucose, right? Third one they are saying is glucose. Okay. Now, very interesting line. Amount of this that you have formed is 58.26% of total amount of monosaccharide. Total amount of monosaccharide, students, produced in hydrolyzed product. If you see, when you will have total amount of monosaccharides produced in the hydrolyzed products. See, total amount of monosaccharide in the hydrolyzed product will be 1024, right? 1024 plus 7 into 18, right? Because this octasaccharide is only going to form the monosaccharide, right? So that is why the total mass of this octasaccharide and these addition of all the monosaccharide is going to be same. And this is addition of 7 water, so we'll add that mass here. And after solving this, you will get the answer as 1150, right? After this, we'll also do one more thing, that here it is 1150. Now the next line they are saying is, this is wait a minute, I'll just write it here because we don't have space. So it is 7 into 18, that will coming out to be 1150. So I'll write it here only, that they are saying that 2 deoxyribose, its molar mass is 1150, 58 point this percent, that is 58.26%. That means divided by 100. That will be your T2 deoxyribose. This will come out to be 670, right? This will come out to be 670, right? Now they are talking you. They are saying that amount of this is okay. Total amount of monosaccharides produced. The number of ribose units they are asking you, right? Now, students, if you see, the total mass of ribose plus 2 deoxyribose plus glucose is given to be 1024. So if you subtract ribose plus, you can say that ribose plus glucose. I don't know how much amount of ribose you have. Ribose plus glucose will be 10. The total thing that you have formed here, that is, you can also subtract it from 1024 minus 670, right? From that octasaccharide 1024, when you're not taking water, when you subtract deoxyribose, that is 670, you will get the mass of ribose plus this, that is coming out to be wait a minute, but we have no idea about that water is used where. Now we can't do this because we have no idea where water is. Water we have to take, right? Because water is making the linkages, then we have no idea whether how much amount of water is used where. But the amount of water that is used here is under this mass only. So we will subtract it from full octasaccharide with water, that is 1150 minus deoxy 670, right? Okay. Now this will come out to be 480. Okay, this will come out to be 480. Now it is a hit and try. Okay, so guys, if we are saying that 2 deoxyribose is 134, that is 1 unit is this. Okay, so you can also calculate the value of how many deoxyribose by dividing it 670 by 134. Okay, and glucose ribose is 150, glucose is 180. Total it is 480. So if I assume, see, from this calculation only you can get to know if this is multiplied by 2, that will be 300. 3 plus 180 is 480. So that means this is the only possibility. That means this will be 2, this will be 1, only then this will be 300, this will be 180, that will come out to be, that will give us 480 as the mass, right? So answer will be, you will have 2 ribose, okay? You will have 2 ribose here. Is that clear to everybody or not? Is that clear? Yes, students, is that clear or not? Is that clear? Okay, students. Yes, that is clear, right? So that's it for chemistry part. Now, students, everybody, you can see all the things in the description box. The PDF will be provided to you in the description box. And for those students who are preparing for JEE 2026, then students, we have Sigma batch for you, where we are teaching you live, right, in that batch. And you can ask the doubts in the class, right? We know that all the teachers say the same thing, ma'am, but nobody answers the doubt because teachers are busy in answering like in the theory section or writing on the board. So that's why we have a dedicated class teacher who will answer your doubts, and if any query you have in between the class, right? We will also be there, but a dedicated teacher will also be there, right? Second important thing is when you are, let's say you have missed some lecture, then in the recorded or replay version as well, you can ask the doubts, right, in the replay version as well. Then every 2 weeks or 15 days mock test will be taken, right? Full report analysis will be given to you, right? Your points where you need to improve, that will be provided to you. Then students, for your, like, whenever you want to do the test series, for that we will give you 40 plus full and part test as well, right? Along with the tattva modules where you have level 1 to level 4 kind of questions, previous year questions as well. In that tattva PDF, it's totally your choice. You want to get it for like hard copy or soft copy. That's totally your choice. Okay, the link is in the description as I have told you, right? Okay, I'll just ask. Okay, students, just give me a minute. I think Namrata ma'am is going to, because she has other uh, classes as well. So I think she is going to provide you with the PDF, right, of the answer key. So I'm just asking her and asking Shreyas sir. So have you solved physics paper 2 as well? Have you solved that? Hmm. Okay, so students, that's all for today, and the answer key of mathematics will be in the description box here only, right? In this, the paper 2 answer key of mathematics and physics will be there in this description, right? Here you will get the PDF, the full PDF of chemistry, physics, and mathematics. And here you will see the Sigma JEE batch link, right? That is for your 2026 batch if you are thinking about 2026, right? Okay, and that's it for today, students. Bye bye, take care, see you all, and do let us know in the comment section how was your exam and which year you are preparing for. If you are just here to see what kind of questions are there in JEE Advanced, right, then do let us know which year you are targeting. And if you have already given the test, if you have already given the exam, then how was your exam and what are your next objective regarding the engineering, right? Okay, then bye bye, take care.